Thank you all for coming out to the Sacramento City Board of Education meeting on December 8th. Can I please ask the folks in the back to just be quiet a little bit? Yeah, my mic is on.
Our mic is on.
Okay, can you guys hear me now? All right, I guess you just heard me yelling, right? All right, thank you for attending the Sacramento City Board of Education meeting on December 8th. Item 4.0, call back to order, Pledge of Allegiance. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by C.K. McClatchy High School Girls Tennis Team. We have them here.
Come on up.
Please come to the front.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. If you could just please stand there.
Well, once again, I'm very proud of our teams at McClatchy High School. We are just doing so spectacularly, and it's great to see another women's team at the top of our sports. You're following in the footsteps of other great women's teams before you. So special congratulations to all of you and to Coach Hum. I've got a little statement to read, so let me read this. So the C.K. McClatchy girls tennis team set 2 school records this season. The Lions won the championship in the Division II team playoff tournament for the Sac Joaquin section of the CIF. The number 2 seeded Lions began this historic finish with an 8-1 win over Roseville, and they followed that up with a 7-2 win over Benicia. Next was the section championship match against the top-seeded Whitney. Despite a large crowd of Whitney supporters at the match site, CKM won 5-4 after Lions Shirley Kwong clinched it with her tense 4-hour battle. Wow, oh my God. And the number 1 singles match. Although the Lions squad was exhausted after this monumental win, it had to play St. Francis the very next night at Rio. And while you just fell a little bit short, you had the chance to join the top 8 teams for the NorCal team playoffs. The other record set this year was the second place finish that Taylor Ishida and Natalie Wong achieved in the doubles event at the section's individual tournament. Their 3 wins, including wins over the number 2 and number 3 seeded teams, gave the Lions their best finish in doubles since the competition began. The success this season resulted from a steady growth of line tennis that featured second-place section team finishes in 2014 and 2015. The lineup of the traveling squad that finally got the section team title included Shirley Kwong, Daisy Lewis, Taylor Ishida, Natalie Wong, Ginger Harris, Gigi Castaneda, the co-captain, Kailia Wong, Bethany Jen, Debbie Hay, Clara Janelle, the other co-captain, Anna Schott, Jasmine Duong, and Piper Stallings. McClatchy also has one of the largest team rosters in the region with 43 players, which is fantastic. So a special congratulations to all of you. Thank you for making our school district proud. Thank you for making your school board member, who is the honor of representing McClatchy, proud, and making your school proud. It's really a great honor. So congratulations to all of you, and thank you very much.
Would you like to say something? Would you like to say a few words? No? Any of you? Co-captains?
Yeah. Hi, I'm Clara Ganell. I'm the co-captain of the Lions tennis team. I joined tennis my freshman year. It was the first time I played tennis. So seeing this through was really great, and the team rallied around this, the finish and working towards the section final, which we accomplished with the support of past teams and parents and coaches. And it was a great finish to my senior year, so thank you.
Fantastic, thank you.
Hello, I'm Geraldine Castaneda. I'm the other co-captain. Just to add on to what Clara said, I think we have an incredible team. We're so driven and talented, both on the court and off the court. And I think we've had such great compatibility within our team and with our coaches and with our support system, parents, coaches, school, everyone has been a great asset to our team, and we're just so grateful to finally have accomplished this, especially in our last year. So thank you.
Double up. Congratulations again.
Fantastic. Thank you. We have item 5.0, announcement of action taken in closed session.
None, Madam President.
Thank you. Item 6.0, agenda adoption.
So
Vice
moved.
President, hold on, Vice President Ryan.
Thank you, President Pritchett. I have a suggested amendment to the current agenda. I would like to move 11.1, Board Resolution 2915 on the Safe Haven School District up to item 7.6 to accommodate public participation and allow us to hear from our students, families, and community partners who have come out in support tonight.
Second.
All right. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Fantastic. Thank you so much. Okay, so now we knew we'd do the agenda. You did the movement, so we'll do the agenda adoption. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Got a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Abstentions? Great. Fantastic. All right, we have an agenda now. Item 7.0, special presentation. 7.1, ceremonial oath given to board members Christina Pritchett by the Sacramento City Council member Eric Guerra and Jesse Ryan by Mayor-elect Daryl Steinberg. I'm going to allow Vice President Ryan to go first. If you want to go on down to the dais, or not to the dais, sorry, to the podium. You're on the dais. A little nervous? A little.
It's my great honor to swear in Jesse Ryan. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Jesse Ryan,
I, Jesse Ryan,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear truth, faith, and allegiance
that I will bear truth, faith, and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely,
that I take this obligation freely,
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations, school board members.
Member Ryan, did you want to say a few words? Or Vice President Ryan? You want to say them from there?
When I was sworn in 2 years ago, it was the incredible culmination of a community-driven effort to join the school board. As a parent, as someone who grew up in a struggling single welfare mother household, I was always told that my path out of poverty was through a public education. Now, as the mother of two incredible children, one of whom is homesick but watching this live stream, I love you, Brooklyn. I wish you could be here. I just want to say tonight is very emotional because 2 years ago, my mother, right after her diagnosis of terminal cancer, swore me in. And so tonight and every day, I dedicate my service to my mother, Amber Ryan, my rock, my reason for service, and my reason for continuing to fight for Sacramento City kids. So thank you.
Thanks for breaking us in, Vice President Ryan. All right, now I'll go down and take the podium.
Raise your right hand. I state your name.
I, Christina Pritchett,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
That I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California.
and the Constitution of the State of California,
That I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion.
or purpose of evasion,
That I will well and faithfully discharge
and I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
the duties that I am upon it which I'm about to enter.
Congratulations. That's it. Christina Pritchett.
We got photo bombers
That's
in the back.
right.
That's what happened.
Let's hear it for our school board president, Christina Pritchett. Here.
First, I just wanted to thank Councilmember Guerra for coming out to administer my oath. He's been a true friend to me, and I can't even express how much I appreciate that. You've just really been there and had my back. So, and then I also wanted to just thank my family and friends that came out to be with me tonight, and thank you so much for all of your support over the last 4 years. And we've got 4 more, so let's keep on fighting. A special thank you to my family, my husband Mike, my son Travis, and my daughter Amber. They have been my rock. The things that I do, I could not do without my family. Mike, he's always been my sounding board. He's listened to me when I just needed someone to listen to me. And he's been my biggest fan throughout this whole journey. Sorry, I'm getting emotional, which is why I wrote it down. It was an honor to serve this board for the last 4 years, and I'm really looking forward for continuing our efforts for the following 4 years. So we have lots to do for our children of Sacramento City Unified. Thank you. Now I can quit shaking. Okay. We have 7.2, recognition of and comments of outgoing board members. And before we get started, I'm just gonna, well, I think I'll start the pace. How about that?
Sure.
Once again, I wrote it down because I knew I would get emotional. So tonight is a bittersweet night. Though we're bringing in 2 wonderful new board members, we're losing 2. Member Rodriguez and Member Arroyo were first elected in 2008 to serve the students and families of Sacramento City Unified. Since then, they both have served on the executive board and have lent their expertise on many board committees. They both have seen the good, the bad, and the ugly of Sacramento City Unified. And they still do the job with a smile. They have been an asset to the Board of Education. It is my hope that they will both re-engage in a different capacity with all of us, which I don't think that really goes without asking. On a personal note, both of you have served as a mentor to me. You both believed in me when nobody else believed in me. I can't even tell you, words can't even explain how much I appreciate the time and energy that you spent to make me who I am as a board member. And you've both been part of my journey to be successful. I've learned from both of you, and I knew I always had a shoulder to lean on. As well as, as we all know, this job is exceptionally hard. Having board members that seem like family just makes the world of a difference. So I have the sincerest respect for both of you. Let us remember the countless hard work, blood, sweat, tears that these 2 board members have put onto the sport, and congratulate them as they begin their new chapter. So please help me give Member Rodriguez and Member Gustavo Arroyo a round of applause. And as a token of our appreciation, Sacramento City Unified would like to present your apples. We all know that they're well-deserved. So first, Miss Diana Rodriguez. Finally, Mr. Gustavo Arroyo. Do you have any board comments? Sure.
We didn't get to practice the routine up here this time, so thank you for this honor. It's, I'd like to start off, Board Member Pritchett, with a 20-minute video, because I only have 6 minutes from now. That was a good one. Thank you. I knew it would break the emotion, right? So there was a few meetings back that I never heard the end of it. Board Member Pritchett told me, "You took 20 minutes in your 5-minute presentation." But no, seriously, Anne, you want to cue up the video?
Oh, you weren't lying.
No, I'm just kidding. I've prepared some remarks that will last 20 minutes. So, dear colleagues, friends, supporters, and family, it has been 8 extremely interesting years since I stepped up to the dais to lead with faith, hope, and compassion. I served out the words imparted to me from a great leader, Commissioner Dave Jones. He told me, "Diana, promise me you will always be a voice for the voiceless, for those are the ones who need you the most." It's my turn now to leave you, my colleagues, with those words to carry on and act upon. And I hope I get that commitment from each of you. For we are not a strong community if we fail to serve the least of those among us. We cannot be champions if we overlook those in need or who struggle. We don't reach our leadership capacity if we disengage from the heart of our city and leave others behind to fend for themselves. We serve in a critical capacity in a system we call a city. For without education, we cannot progress forward. We must place at the forefront to teach others to be innovative, creative, and inclusive. It's never about the individual who sits in the seat up here on the dais. It's about how we construct and implement policies that will allow for a better future for our children. I'd like to thank my successor, Ms. Mai Vang, for giving me the opportunity to share all of the important work that has been done in Area 5 to advance our students, and for your willingness to carry forward and support this work in the future. Our transition has gone as effortlessly as I have hoped for. And please know I'm still here to continue to help you succeed here. I am anxious and excited to see all the great things you are going to do for this district and for Area 5. Very much. A special word of gratitude for those who were here before me and helped by listening and advising me. People like former board members and presidents, Manny Hernandez, Roy Grimes, and Rick Jennings. Your guidance has meant more to me than my words could ever express. To my colleagues I've shared the dais with, employee organization partners, and community partner organizations who will still be here after I leave today, thank you for putting up with my dreaming for a better place for our community, students, teachers, families, and staffs. We may not have agreed 100% of the time, but when we did, we sure got a lot of heavy lifting done to improve the tomorrows of everyone we care about. To the district staffs, well, I may have been tough on you, but it's only because I knew you had the ability to rise to the challenge and to use those amazing skills you have to make things better for all of the 43,000 children and families you know, serve, and care about each and every day. You've all done awesome and will continue to do so. A huge thank you to all of you, and you know who you are. For those who supported me in either campaigns, learning more about the district's functions and budgeting, serving as appointees, and who helped me when I needed the help the most, I could never have done the work here on this dais without this vital token of support from you and your family. So this is where it gets emotional, right? So lastly, I want to thank a few people who are in the audience tonight and who couldn't be here but are watching from television or from the video. First, I want to thank my Latina Global Executive Leadership Program sister who's here with me tonight, Yesenia Gutierrez, for coming and sharing this moment. It means a lot to me. I look forward to seeing how together we continue to grow in our authentic and genuine leadership here and in Sacramento, especially with our two local sisters starting this January, and one of them sitting right here in this room tonight. My daughters, Ezra, Taja, and Alana, right here in the front. You have been patient and giving and caring and beyond supportive of me over the last 8 years. And now it's my turn to give you each the time you deserve. My mother, my father, my brothers, goes long. My nephew, my ex-husband even, my aunt, my cousins. Without your help, I couldn't have been as effective for a community that needs a strong leader. Finally, for Miguel, it's your support for over the past year now, actually over a year, that has helped keep the fuel burning in me to the very last moment, and you know it, so that I could provide service to this school board and to the students. Thanks for allowing for me to just be me. In Spanish, we say hasta pronto, which means it provides an opportunity for someone to see someone else again really soon. So it's important to know that this is not a final goodbye. It's just a step away for the time being. It's time to focus on my family and to do some introspection on where my service can best be used. So don't be shy. Reach out, contact me should you feel the need for a listening ear. My door is still always going to be open for you. And with that, hasta pronto a todos.
Member Royal.
Thank you, President Pritchett. Last board meeting, I went home after we finished. That was officially my last meeting as board member officiating in this capacity. And when I got home, sat down, and the first thing that came to mind is, wow, it's been 8 years, and kind of got transported back to where it all started. And there was a small group of people to which I owe the fact that I even came to this position. And I would be remiss if I at least don't mention those names. I started with somebody by the name of Tim and Tony Chupralis, who are like my family and who, for many reasons, were very supportive. And Steffi and Stasi and Katina, who as a family were like some of the first supporters. I also had Veronica Montoya and John Bernardo, who were my first contributors to my campaign. And along with those, then the group grew. And so I had Manny Hernandez, Alex Barrios, Vianney Nunez, Boris Cardenas, Roy Ciañez, Raquel Cimental, Cesar Diaz, Joaquin Castañeda, Brandon Ruiz, Chris Parker, Evan Hawkins. Those were all the crew that basically came and rallied and basically encouraged me to run. And the reason why is because they believed that Sacramento, and South Sacramento in particular, needed a strong voice. It was the first time that board members were going to be elected by trustee areas, and what was at stake was how were the needs of our children were going to be met. I was working at the legislature at the time, and I knew that we were coming into really difficult times. We didn't know how hard they were. But in the end, they were extremely difficult, and the only thing I do and reflect on is that I hope that I have been that voice that made a difference, and I hope that I have been that strong voice advocating for the children in our district. We came in, we had tremendous budget cuts. We had tremendous challenges within the district. And I hope that in the work, as I kind of peruse through my 8 years, that as we made those terrible, terrible decisions of shrinking the district, that at least we made it with the biggest compassion and the biggest consideration for the people that are involved. Number one, our children, their families, and then all the staff that make up the district. It was extremely difficult on our teachers, on our classified, on everyone, but at least I hope that through the years, we were able to look at every single stakeholder in the eye and let them know that we did our best and earned their respect for that. There were school closures, and then there were reopenings. And to the parents and families of New Joseph Bonheim, and to the parents and students of Washington Elementary, wish you the best. And I think that those are clear successes of a district and a board that was not only willing to fight for children, but to listen and to really consider what the community needed. With that, I would like to conclude by saying thank you to the district staff, to the superintendent, to those people before him, to all the senior level staff and everyone else who had to put up with us and who we were tasked with the idea of dreaming and believing that this district can be a better place for our children. And then we tasked you with it. And then we chastise you because you haven't quite met it yet. And then, but I think that in the end, we do appreciate every single hour that you put into this district. I think that looking back where we were 8 years ago, in spite of all the challenges, in spite of all the budget cuts and the challenges that we've gone through, I think that we are a better district. We have a district that it's way more open. Parents have a lot more opportunities to engage. Information is more readily available when it was not quite as much before. I think that in the end, we are leaving a district that is more willing and able to receive the participation of the community. And I hope that as the new board leads this district into a new era, into the new phase, that parents, community members, and stakeholders feel that they belong in the district as much as anybody else. I learned a lot. I have too many, but I do want to acknowledge every single one of my fellow board members, starting to my right with board member Ellen Cochran. Your dedication and the seriousness with which you drive and you really approach being a board member is extremely exemplary, and I think I've learned a lot just from watching you. So I really want to say thank you. The passion that you bring, Jesse, is just, palpable. I mean, everyone could see it. Christina, I mean, from day one, you came in as an advocate for parents and students in a way that, some of us, kind of understood, but you kind of brought it to a different level. So thank you for that. Jay, chop, chop. Take care of business. I think that we have gone in the 1 year in your leadership, leading our facilities initiatives. I mean, we've come a long way in a way that we were not able to do in years. And so, Diana, I mean, you just gave your speech, and I think that people understand, what you've brought to the district. Daryl, steady hand, calm, quiet, but steady. And I think that all these are all attributes that will make a better board. And I think that with the contributions that we'll have with the two new incoming board members, particularly my replacement or the person that comes to take this district to a new height, Mr. Michael Minnick, I think that you guys have a phenomenal set of leaders up here with which the community can count on to really address and really take the needs of our children and just take the district to a new height. So thank you. Thank you for all you've not only given to the district, but you've given to me. I will definitely stay engaged. Everyone's got my number. Ring. Thank you.
I believe we have public comment.
Yes, we have 6 speakers, and the first 3 are Darlene Anderson, Jessica Arriaga, and Grace Trujillo.
Three of the usual suspects.
Oh, that's the wonderful CAC committee that I'm now a part of since I have had my son graduate. Well, this is what I'll say. It's been a wonderful experience. I ran against Gustavo and lost, but I ran in the election of Barack Obama, which was inspiring. That's why I just kept coming. My son has graduated from high school, and I am very proud of him. But what I'm most proud of is because during the years that my sister and myself ran against Gustavo and Diana and lost, but they really dug in and shared information that wasn't being shared to the public. We are no further along, unfortunately, with educating African American children in this district. That really is going to take an understanding that Black lives do matter, and all children matter, but we cannot have a segment of the population where only 13% of African American children in this district, and probably citywide, are at or above the 50th percentile. The rest of them are struggling with defiant behavior issues, which really goes to say that we need to provide more support to parenting, which we are not doing yet. But I would like to congratulate them, thank them for really digging in, looking at the information, being honest about where we truly are. We still haven't managed to have a community meeting in regards to what we haven't learned how to do in this district, and that's be equitably, equally sharing opportunity with all children instead of making it a competitive opportunity for parents to combat or, kind of like challenge each other to get the best services. It shouldn't be based on where you should live. It should be based on just being a human being. And I hope that everyone who is still here will fight for all children to have a basic education so they can work. Thank you.
We all know you, but can you please state your name for the record?
Oh, Darlene Anderson.
Thank you. Ms. Arriaga?
My name is Jessica Arriaga, and I had the pleasure of meeting Gustavo during school closures, and I had never been very active within the school district. And he saw a passion and a desire in me to not only advocate for my son, but advocate for those that didn't have a voice. And he's taught me how to read through agendas and how to get involved and who to talk to. And for that, I'm internally grateful. You've also done amazing work within our community. And there are things that I can't unlearn. I've been sucked in. And I definitely appreciate the work that you've done. And a special thank you as well to Board Member Diana Rodriguez. I was not in your district, but your voice didn't have district lines. You spoke for all those within Sac City Unified with the same desire and the same passion as I would expect anyone representing myself as well as Gustavo. So for that, I am internally grateful. And I only hope that your successors have just as strong of a voice and advocate in the same way with the same desire and same passion. You are both going to be sincerely missed, and thank you for what you have taught me and what I'm going to continue to learn. And I hope that I can still reach out to you when I need to vent and I need guidance as I maneuver through the systems, because you guys have been such an asset to me, as well as I can only imagine the countless other parents that may not be here to tell you the same. So let my voice be the voice of those many that can't be here to tell you how much they appreciate the work that you have done for the last 8 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up.
Good evening, members of the board and Mr. Banda. Okay. We want to thank, Diana and Gustavo for all the hard work you've done over the years. I think it's a very important that I think without you guys and without your voice, I think Diana hit it where it says, you are the voice of the voiceless. And I think that's why I always come here. And I know all the board members are in the same situation. I know you guys advocate, and I know it's a good team of working together. But I just want to say a little bit about Diana. I guess we have something in common. We're both accounting majors. And I learned so much from you in the sense my expertise is taxation, and I see the bigger picture of how that impacts and that revenue generates and feeds into the schools. So understanding the system of the school is completely different. And I don't have the time, believe me, taking care of my son and taking care of all the things that I have to do. Sometimes it's hard for me to take the time and really analyze the books and everything. But coming to the meetings really made a difference because you explained and brought a lot of questions that I go back. I think this is the first time I've ever gone back to one of the board meetings and listened through it. And let me tell you, it really, really, really appreciate all the hard work, dedication, and the voice. I know you were a little hard on all the employees, but let me tell you, you stepped up. You knew they stepped up to the place, and they have a very, very, very competent group that you guys have done an awesome job over the years. Also for Gustavo, so I have to make sure equally proportioned here. You know, Gustavo, you always had that sense of calmness and analyze things. After everything was said and done, you kind of said, well, hold back. Just think about this, this, and this. Let's analyze what we need to do in the future and what steps we need to take for the school and for the sake of our kids and how we could address them. I think together as a team, we'll always remember you. And like Jessica said, hopefully we'll keep in touch over the years. I kept still in touch with all my teachers in kindergarten. And it's funny how I still get birthday cards and Christmas cards. So hopefully I'll continue to do the same. So it was so cute. We as a group, we bought you the flowers. And when I got the selection of choosing it, and those two just stood out. Because every time I used to come into the meetings, your smiles. You know, sometimes it's hard being here until 1 o'clock in the morning. And you still had those smiles because, believe me, I was there with you guys, especially when there was the school closures. So with that, we're very blessed to have you, and I know you guys will succeed in the future in whatever you guys do. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Angela Sutherland, and I'm the chair of the Community Advisory Committee. And I just want to, on behalf of the CAC, to thank Diana and Gustavo for all of your dedicated support these past 8 years. I didn't want to talk for too long, so what I did was we summarized you in about 8 words. So Gustavo, the words are passionate, caring, precise, qualified, knowledgeable, analytical, cohesive, and proactive. And Diana, courageous, candid, knowledgeable, responsible, advocacy, involvement, trusted, and service. And we just want to thank you again, and we hope that you will still stay involved. And Grace will be sending you cards, and we hope that you will come. You've done so much for our CAC and for our students, and we just really have appreciated. Thank you so much.
I just want to say a big thank you to both of you. You guys have brought issues that we care about as parents of special needs children to the forefront. You guys have asked the hard questions. You guys have sat there with us and brainstormed on what the issues were. Thank you so much, because I think we're a lot stronger now as a CAC, and you guys have helped us do that. Thank you.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Oh. Angel Garcia, Secretary of the CAC.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies.
The nice thing is you guys don't have to claim those. Okay.
We have 3 more.
Oh, sorry. I'm trying to move
Alex
things along.
Messiah, Ian Arnold, and Rachel Cavalli.
Distinguished Board of Trustees, cabinets, and staff present. Madam President Pritchett, Superintendent Senor Banda, good evening. My name is Alex Bisaya, Community Advocate for Families and Students of this district. Hold on, not so fast, as Board Member Arroyo and Rodriguez. Allow me to say these last few words. In the last 25 plus years, I have had the honor to know and work with 31 past board members. You are a part of this group now. Imagine you are part of the original board members who made the bold move to approve 7 priority schools, 2 elementary, 2 K-8, 2 middle school, and 1 high school. And today, these schools are thriving and excelling. And also the District Central Enrollment Center, including the IB program at Kit Carson, K-8 Waldorf Method at AM Wynn, George Washington Carver High School, just to name a few. Again, you're part of a 7 board member who recently approved the CSR, class size reduction. This board approved policies moved to limit the district slogan, student first. And this final thought, these are 2 words, thank you, have meaning if it comes from the heart. Last month, we celebrated November 11th, Veterans Day, and yesterday we honored those who sacrificed their lives on Pearl Harbor Day. On both occasions, it added these 3 words, for your service. But today, we want to put these 5 words together. We thank you for your service. It's a job well done. Good night.
Good evening, President Pritchett, board members, Superintendent Banda. My name is Ian Arnold. I'm the representative of SEIU Local 1021, representing your classified employees. And first, on behalf of everybody in the room who's been told to stop looking at their phones, Raiders are down 13-21, but they just made the last 10 points. You're welcome. But other than that, I just wanted to say briefly, you know, I've been around the block a few times. I've worked in many different areas, whether cities, counties, school districts, colleges, courts, et cetera. And, you know, Board Member Arroyo, I keep looking, it says Minnick. Board Member Arroyo, Board Member Rodriguez, it's been an absolute pleasure. We've been through a couple of really rough years. And the fact that we were able to get through them and still be friends and still like each other says a whole lot more about you than it does about me. The fact that my 1,720 odd members who were down to almost, I think, slightly under 1,200 at one point during the layoffs, the fact that those folks were so disappointed that neither of you were running again says a lot more about you than it does about me. We haven't always agreed. A couple of times we've disagreed spectacularly, but we always understood why you were in disagreement. We were always able to talk it through, and we were always able to do it with respect for each other, and that's what it's all about. Congratulations on a great run. Good luck in your future, and again, we're sorry to see you go, but I have both your phone numbers, and I'm sure stuff's going to come up. Thank you.
I believe we have one more public comment.
We have one more comment from Basim Elkara.
Hello, Gustavo, Diana. On behalf of CARE, Civil Rights and Advocacy Organization, and many other organizations in this region, I just want to thank you for your leadership and for your support over the years, for being there for so many communities. You guys have been amazing ambassadors for this board. Being there when other elected officials weren't there, you guys were always there to show your support and be there for many communities. Be there for the youth leadership program at the state capitol, whether it's the Chicano Youth Leadership Program or the Muslim Youth Leadership Program. You guys have always been there to support the youth in many communities. I want to thank you for your leadership and thanking you for helping me in my journey becoming a board member. I wouldn't have got there without your support. Thank you.
One more, Rachel Cavalli.
I work for Center for Oral Health, and I'm the program manager. I'm Rachel Cavalli, and I want to thank all the board members, and especially Diana Rodriguez. When I first met her, her passion and her smile and her vision, her and I both want to take over the world, and I can't say enough about the things she does for this community. And Superintendent Banda, you've heard me say this before, Sacramento City School District, you really have great board members and very, very special staff, and they are very near and dear to my heart, so I cannot thank you enough. Sorry to see you go, but I do have your phone number, and we're going to continue to do great things.
Are you sure we have no more? You're positive? Okay. Okay, thank you all for your comments. We will move on to item 7.3, ceremonial oath of office given to new board members Michael Minnick by Josephine Minnick. If you'd like to come up to the podium.
I, Michael Minnick,
I, Michael Minnick,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties upon which I am about to
discharge the duties upon which I am about to.
Would you like to take your seat?
Yeah.
Well, thank you everybody for coming out. This is really exciting. I am so excited at this opportunity to serve the students in this district. This is my 14th school year as a parent in this district. Thanks so much to my daughter JoJo, who's a freshman in high school at the Met. Thanks to my son Hank, who is probably streaming this from Southern Oregon University. He's the one who, I became that parent 14 years ago in this district and got a chance to really find out what we were all about, and I was so excited to be a part of it. Thanks to my wife Rachel, who is, I feel like we have been a great education leadership team, and I'm really proud of her, and I'm just really excited to be here. So thank you all for coming, and we got big things moving forward. Thanks.
Member Minnick, would you like to take your seat? Don't worry, in a few minutes you can go see him again. Next, we have oath of office given to new board member Mai Ving by Jean Crowder, Margarita Chavez, Benjamin Nabi Her, and Dexter Niskala. And I might have messed up those names.
I, Ma Yang Bang, solemnly swear I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion. And that I will
and faithfully discharge the duties
and faithfully discharge the duties
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I'm about to enter. Everybody wants to get cake. And we have safe haven resolution. So nervous. I'm humbled and blessed, truly blessed by the overwhelming love and support that I've received from the community. Public education, as you know, transformed my life. As the eldest of 16 children and growing up in poverty, I would not be here today without the love and unconditional support of so many families and community members. I want to share a little bit about why I chose the individuals to swear me in today. The first person who sweared me in was actually my teacher, my high school teacher. Had it not been for her, I would have never gone to college. I was the first in my family to go to college. Ms. Crowder worked with me every Tuesdays and Thursdays nights since I was a sophomore to make sure that I was ready for college. And she actually drove me to my scholarship interview. And so it's teachers like Ms. Crowder that is at the forefront every day doing this hard work. I'm a true believer that teaching condition is also the learning conditions of our students. And so I'm going to be an advocate for all of our teachers in the school district. The next person was Margarita Chavez. She is an amazing parent and grandparent in our district. She actually is a caretaker for 3 of her granddaughters that live in our district. She's also a very active community leader in the East Coast neighborhood. And she works in collaboration with the student connected group. So Margarita really embodies the parents that I will be working with to really ensure that we do the best for our students. Dexter. Where are you at, Dexter? Dexter is one of many students in Sac State Unified School District. He's a senior at Luther Burbank. And I actually got the chance to meet Dexter during campaign season this year. He was active in the Measure Y campaign, but also in the Measure G campaign. And even though we didn't win, we were so close, Dexter was responsible for mobilizing all the young people around Measure G. Dexter is really a reflection of our young people in our district. He will also be the first in his family to go to college. He's active in EBAC, that's the East Asian Bay Youth Center. And had it not been for EBAC and our school, after-school programs, Dexter wouldn't be where he is right now. And so, Dexter, thank you so much for swearing me in today. So honored. And the last person that swore me in was Dr. Benjamin Herr. Dr. Herr is an elder and a leader in the Hmong community. When I decided to run for school board, he was one of the first elders in the Hmong community that actually stepped up and supported me. So I was a daughter and a Hmong woman in a patriarchal culture society. He stood along with me, along with many elders like John Tao, Aaron Ba, Mia Tai, Li Ya, and Yu Saito, and Thomas Lee. Thank you for believing in me. They are the community leaders, and I will be seeking guidance. Oftentimes in the world of education, we tend to lean on those with only degrees. And while I will be seeking guidance from educational experts with degrees, it's equally important for me to lean on my elders. Although many of our elders never had any formal education, like my grandpa and grandma, they are wise beyond their years. I know I'm going to need to make a lot of tough decisions the next 4 years, and I know I will be leaning on them heavily as I make my decisions. I'm also deeply honored to have them stand by my side and witness this moment. I want to let the community know that thank you for placing your trust in me to serve the community, to serve our students and families, I look forward to working with all the fellow board members to improve outcomes for our students and serving an amazing community that raised me. If it's okay, can I just speak Hmong a little bit real quick?
Of course, yes.
我这和你说的做功夫，不用写黑。要是我那这给路，你那这给的，他那绕过的去娘什么？但我那说的照，这做弄那天这晒好这样的 internet。但朋友那说的把我这不用忙写把特别证明我，说呢。要把特别这年底说的，这个要把特别这这个的，我一考虑不是还到这年底说的，哎，啥了就没有，都讲的是错的事。啥个那说的工地，个那做工地，家里都说，那那说的工地 OK， 那找差估，那我平时差估，我都说对鸟 school board， 是找么那，是我平时么那，他个那从那个 school site council。So they get involved with DLAC, District English Learners Advisory Committee. Again, we can see what you saw. We can go and show now. You把特别证明有梦个特证明有专业，有梦是来一下，就是不讨个证明提升的，可能是做工非常难的。这个我路还老师，哦，我说这个多弄了，这有不公 she's like over 100 years old. So it's like her grandma. 我说哎，弄了个多工，我 cosplay 年天日子我找你说的不一下，要去摸那这肉不去鸟老天，所以我那说的找呢，没，有点long. Okay, and we still have the safe haven resolution and then reception after. And that's it. And thank you so much for the love and support. I hope I can make you all. Oh, what happened?
How are you?
Would you like to come take your seat? While we are arranging seats, I just wanted to recognize some elected officials that have joined us today. Councilmember Steve Hansen, Councilmember Larry Carr, and Board Member Basim Alkar that have joined us. So thank you so much for being here. Oh, I'm sorry. And Roger Dickinson, thank you so much. And what?
You missed Elk Grove Mayor-elect. You missed Elk Grove Mayor-elect Steve Lee.
Oh, yes, please. Elk Grove Mayor Steve Lee also joined us today. Thank you. Sorry, there's so many of you. That's why I got a strong board to keep me on task. Okay, we're on 7.4, Annual Organizational Meeting of the Board of Education, Election of Officers. So the board shall elect a president, a vice president, and second vice president.
President Pritchett.
Oh, I'm sorry. We had a public comment on 7.3, didn't we?
There's two.
We can move. Go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, 7.2?
Sorry, I'm sorry, on 7.3.
Okay.
Steve Lee and Leah Jalal.
I apologize. I was trying to move it over fast.
Good evening, Madam President, trustees, and Mr. Superintendent. It's my distinct pleasure to be here to acknowledge those who have served and those incoming trustees. God bless each and every one of you, because education is the number one equalizing factor. And for many of you who have served a number of years, who are now taking a break, and for many of you who continue to serve, it is you who make the difference to kids. It is people who believe in serving that makes a difference to these children. Tonight, it is my distinct pleasure to be here to acknowledge that 20 years ago, I started my community involvement in front of this school board. And for me, it is groundbreaking to see that certainly for the Southeast Asian community, and in particular the Hmong community, we now have a trustee who speaks Hmong. I'm humbled that only in a democracy, only in this wonderful country, that we will have this type of opportunity. Mayava, I'm extremely proud of you. I'm very pleased that you have chosen this path, but trust me, there'll be days that you'll have second thoughts as well. But I know your heart is in the right place, and for your journey, for you as well, Mike. I bless the both of you for continuing this. The Hmong community has been waiting for this for the last 41 years. For each and every one of your service, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, esteemed board, and thank you for letting me speak tonight. My name is Lee Yeong Jalao. I am a Hmong Innovating Politics organizer alongside Mai Vang. And I'm going to speak in Hmong just a little bit because we do have Hmong elders in the building who do not speak English. Nhớ dòng sợ đờ dòng sợ từ nay tua còn bây từng sai mà ya vạ và cho từ nay tua ta sẽ nói cô hai luôn nikala thọ xíu. I want to acknowledge the support of the Hmong community tonight in support of our Hmong daughter. It takes a village to raise a child. Excuse me. And there's no one more qualified and community-oriented and passionate as Mai Ying Vang. And we look forward to all of your future endeavors, and we are very extremely proud of you. Thank you.
Can I move forward? Okay. Thank you. Okay, back to 7.4, election of officers. We will elect like I said, we will elect a president, vice president, and second vice president. With that said, I'm going to use my presidential power to put together, I'd like to put forth a slate of nominations for president. I nominate Vice President Hansen. For first vice president, I'd like to nominate Vice President Jesse Ryan, and second vice president, I nominate Member Wu. Are there any other nominations on the floor?
Move the slate.
Thank you. Can I get a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Thank you. Fantastic. We now have a new organization. Congratulations. President Hansen.
Madam President? Before we move on to 7.5, I'd like to also acknowledge the presence here of a member from the Merced County Board of Supervisors, Ms. Lee Law, who is also here in support of my board member Vang. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry,
it's okay. There's a learning curve for all of us every day. So, so with that, we will move to 7.5, the celebration of our newly elected board members and our newly elected board officers. Please join us in the room in the back, and we'll have a short break for all of us to be able to mingle and say congratulations to each other. All right, we'll be coming back into session. First, I'd like to do just a brief special presentation to our esteemed outgoing board president, Christina Pritchett, just for a fabulous year of service. We absolutely appreciate it very much. And I know she's going to miss having the gavel, so we've given her our own gavel right here that I guess she could take it and pound it if she needs to sometime. But congratulations, Christina, and thank you very much for a wonderful year serving as our president. And before we do our public comment, I'd like to ask our school board member, Natalie Rosas, to read our special comments.
Sorry about that. This meeting of the Sacramento City School Board is being recorded in its entirety and will be cablecast on Metro Cable 14 and the local government affairs channel on Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T Uverse. Today's meeting will air Sunday, December 11th at 6 p.m., Monday, December 12th at 9 a.m. and webcast at www.sacmetrocable.tv. We welcome members of the audience to address the board. Please fill out a speaker form located in the back of the community room and give them to our Chief Communications Officer, Ms. Weekly, prior to the conclusion of the items presented. Please speak into the microphone when addressing the board and state your name for the record. Please limit comments during public comment to items that are not on the agenda. If you do comment on an item that is on the agenda, we will ask that you please defer the comment until your item comes up on the agenda. Please also turn off your cell phones or place them on silent or vibrate. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Rosas. Now we will go to item 7.6, and that is our resolution 2915. Member Ryan.
Yes, thank you. I want to thank all of the community members who have stayed with us this evening to voice their opinions on the Safe Haven School District resolution. This is a resolution that I am both proud and heartbroken to have to introduce. So many of you in the audience know that immediately following the election results, we saw an impact in our classrooms. We heard stories, I personally heard stories at my daughter's own school site of third graders refusing to go out onto the playground, fifth graders refusing to have lunch in the cafeteria for fear of deportation. We had families coming to the district, innumerable students relying upon the counsel of their teachers and our principals for guidance. What does the hate rhetoric expressed mean for us? Do we have to fear being torn away from our families? Earlier this evening, the importance of this Safe Haven resolution was once again brought to me when a teacher pulled me aside and with tears in her eyes thanked me for introducing this resolution because she said the students at her school were afraid. And it's unconscionable in any society where we are educating young people and yet that educational environment is plagued by fear and uncertainty. We know that no student can learn if they are afraid, if they don't believe that their safety is going to be kept. And so tonight, in introducing Resolution 2915, the Safe Haven School District, we are reaffirming as a school district that above all else, our commitment is to ensure that irrespective of race, religious belief, sexual identity, your immigration status, we will stand together to protect our students. And in doing so, in affirming that those protections will be afforded to our students at all costs, our students then, we are empowering to come to school and be able to learn in the way that we are obligated to support them in reaching their student potential. So, thank you. We know that fear diminishes a student's capacity to learn. We know that the rhetoric that we've heard over the course of the last year divides, doesn't unite us as a society. And furthermore, we know that our teachers at our school sites are grappling with students who are experiencing trauma. They're trying to find the answers to give to families who are desperately in need of a recognition that they need to be supported through these very difficult and uncertain times. And so I'm going to begin by reading this resolution. I will say that I have some amendments that I've taken from the community, but this resolution would not be possible without the support of my board members, my staff, my incredible community who have come forward to talk about what is necessary to ensure the protections of a meaningful safe haven school district resolution. Whereas the Sacramento City Unified School Board of Education is committed to the success of all students, irrespective of their national origin, ethnicity, religion, sexual orientation, ability, gender, socioeconomic status, or beliefs. Whereas the Declaration of Independence of the United States of America recognizes every individual's right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Whereas the United States of America was built by diverse peoples, both native and immigrant alike. Whereas education has played a critical role in furthering tolerance and strengthening our society. Whereas on November 8, 2016, voters in California and across the nation participated in the democratic process by casting their votes. Whereas California voters during the 2016 election expressed strong support for public schools by embracing bilingual education through Proposition 58, strengthening funding sources through Proposition 55, and modernizing school facilities through Proposition 51. And whereas the University of California, Los Angeles Civil Rights Project found Sacramento to be the most racially, ethnically integrated major city in the United States, and the Sacramento City Unified School District was praised as having the most integrated large public school district in the state. Whereas 48 languages are spoken in Sacramento City Unified, including Spanish, Hmong, Armenian, Korean, Tagalog, Cantonese, Arabic, Vietnamese, and Russian. Whereas 17,104 of 43,082 students in Sacramento City Unified are of Latino descent. Whereas 34,896 are students of color, and more than 64% of our students qualify for free and reduced priced lunch. Whereas the national presidential election has resulted in thousands of students and families in Sacramento expressing fear, sadness, and concerns for their safety, heightened because of intolerant rhetoric over the course of the 2016 presidential race. Whereas youth and families across the district have already experienced increased levels of hate speech based on their nation of origin, their ethnicity, their religion, or sexual orientation since the election. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Sacramento City Unified School Board of Education directs the superintendent to support the creation of a safe haven school district. This status shall include promoting tolerance and acceptance over hate speech, maintaining that in compliance with ICE immigration enforcement, stating that it will not conduct enforcement activity at any sensitive location, which includes schools, without permission by specific federal law enforcement officials unless exigent circumstances exist. ICE shall not be allowed to enter school sites without prior written approval from the superintendent. Restricting the share of student files that may be used to ascertain the legal status of students, designating school sites safe havens for students, families, and communities, allocating the resources necessary to support diversity, inclusion, and the values of a multicultural society, hosting a day of understanding in the district, offering appropriate focused professional development opportunities for all levels of staff, endorsing a set of unifying activities determined by each individual school site. Resolve further that the Sacramento City Unified School Board will work closely with the city, county, and other state and local municipalities and community organizations to ensure our students and families are offered a protected space. Resolve further that along with the Los Angeles Unified School District, the Sacramento City Board of Education will submit a joint letter to the president-elect from the Board of Education, superintendent, as well as any district families, students, staff, community partners who would like to be added as signatories, affirming the American ideals celebrated in Sacramento, containing core values that include liberty, equality, democracy, individualism, equity, unity, and diversity, and we will continue to safeguard those values. Resolve further that the board reaffirms its focus on promoting and elevating tolerance, inclusiveness, kindness to all students, families, and staff at district school sites. That the board reaffirm the authority of the superintendent to protect data and identities of any student, family member, or employee who may be adversely affected by future policies or executive action that results in the collection of any personal identifiable information to the fullest extent of the law. And be it finally resolved that the board shall not allow ICE agents on school sites without receiving written approval from the superintendent. Resolved finally that the board reaffirms Sacramento City Unified School District's unequivocal commitment to ensuring a safe educational environment for all students, irrespective of national origin, ethnicity, sexual orientation, ability, gender, beliefs, and socioeconomic status, serving as a safe haven school district for students and families threatened by immigration enforcement or discrimination to the fullest extent of the law. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to public comment. I do want to thank the many teachers, community partners, and students who came forth to express that this was an absolutely necessary action, and frankly said, it is a mark of leadership in how we stand together to react to fear and uncertainty in very difficult times. This is just the beginning of our statement as a board and as a community that we shall do everything in our power to keep our students safe.
Thank you, Member Ryan. We have about 30 speakers signed up. We appreciate the expressions of support. We encourage you to use a minute if you'd like to, but you have 2 minutes if you need to. So, Janet, please go ahead and announce the first 5 speakers.
The first 5 speakers are Gustavo Arroyo. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Basim Elkara, Geraldine Castaneda, Laura Vu, and Cha Vong.
Mr. Arroyo?
Oh. So are we sticking to the 1 minute?
Please, that'd be appreciated. But.
Okay. Then I'm going to truncate my remarks. I had a little bit more to say, but I will just pick up on the point that this resolution, while it has its legal implications, as I see it, this resolution actually has more than that. It's actually its purpose and its meaning, it's moral and civic. If the leadership at the national level has left a vacuum, it is incumbent upon local and regional leaders to step in and model the behaviors that we want our parents, our adults, and our children to model after. And I think that that is the purpose and the value for this board to take a stand, to say no, we will not tolerate behaviors that are bullying or that are creating tension within our schools. This is not a conservative, liberal, vis-a-vis issue. I have family that are on the opposite political spectrum than I am, whose children are getting bullied because their parents voted in a different way. So the tension is occurring in all manners, and that is not the type of climate and the type of behavior. And so if the national leaders are not willing to comply and give us a better leadership, it's incumbent upon you and our other leaders to actually step in. So thank you for bringing this up, and I hope that you bring this up everywhere that you can, because children are watching and they need to see that this behavior is not tolerated. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arroyo.
Hello, my name is Geraldine Castaneda. I am a senior at McClatchy High School and ASB vice president there, and I strongly support this resolution. I feel it's critical that this district establishes itself as a safe haven district, especially during politically ambiguous times like these. It's vital that undocumented students feel they have a sanctuary in which they can progress and thrive academically and personally. No student should be subjected to fear or divisive rhetoric anywhere or ever. As a living testimony, when surrounded with a diverse and inclusive community, one is able to fulfill potential and achieve great success, as was recognized through my earlier award. I will be attending Pomona College in the fall as one of the first in my family, and though I have an extensive support system to thank for that, I can confidently say that an inclusive and united school community played a huge role in my believing and reaching my goals. As a student voice in this district, I strongly support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Superintendent Banda, Board President Jay Hansen, and members of the board. First, I want to thank former board member Diana Rodriguez for appointing me for the LCAP Parent Committee Advisory Committee. And I also want to thank board member Jesse Ryans for introducing the resolution. As an organizer with Hmong Innovating Politics, my name is Laura Vu. We've been working with the district and participating in the LCAP process for the last 2 years. And we want to highlight that this resolution aligns and helps the school district fulfill its second goal of the LCAP, specifically Action 2.2, that all schools will become safer and more culturally competent environments. While the LCAP specifies outcomes on how money will be spent in achieving these goals, this resolution provides the framework and language to define that safety and cultural competency, as well as positive school climate, means to promote inclusion and solidarity against hate. So on behalf of HIP, we stand in solidarity with communities that face hate crimes and bullying, which have no place in our schools. And we highly encourage you to work with community partners in creating tangible next steps to build our schools as safe havens, because it's everyone's responsibility in maintaining safety for students, our district, and our communities to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Banda. My name is Cha Vang, and I am a proud product of Sac City Unified School District, a daughter of Hmong refugees, and an organizer with Hmong Innovating Politics. Right now is the time to let our students, our families, know that Sac City Unified School District is a district that values equality, unity, and diversity. Like many immigrants, my parents came to the United States to look for better education opportunities for their kids. Growing up in Sac Unified and attending schools in Trustee Vang and Trustee Wu's areas, I hope that Sac City Unified District will continue to provide the same opportunities for all students by adopting the Safe Haven School District resolution. The fear students and families feel is real. Hate crimes and bullying have already taken place in our school district, in our neighborhoods, in our classrooms. HIP stands in solidarity with the communities, with these communities as they face down and fight against xenophobia and racism. We reject all acts of hate and prejudice as they have no place in our schools. We believe that it is everyone's responsibility to create a welcoming, safe environment for our students, district, and communities. Words on a page for the resolution is very important, but even more vital is that our continued vigilance to reject hate and our tangible steps to educating young people about the strengths of diversity. We can do this by continuing to support ethnic studies. We can do this by empowering youth activism. And we can do this by standing together. Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you.
The next speakers are Sarah Gilbert, Rita Ultreras, George Rea, Stacy Hiramoto, and Teresa Flores.
Good evening, board members and Superintendent Banda. I'm Sarah Gilbert. I'm proud to teach bilingual first grade at Bowling Green, Chacon. I'm also the mom of a Chacon student. When I think of safe haven, I think of not only physical but emotional safety. I believe Sac City School should be a place not only where exemplary education happens, but also a place that is the center of the community, offering resources, help, support, and comfort to our families. At Chacon, we deal with issues related to poverty, homelessness, and also citizenship documentation concerns of our families. Last week, I struggled to find the right words to comfort a crying 6-year-old who thought that her family would have to go back to Mexico and hide in the night. Hungry, angry, sad, fearful kids can't learn. At Bowling Green, we used to have a full-time counselor and social worker and nurse. We don't have that anymore. I'd like to see that brought back. I think that's really important for not only our kids, but our families. I want them to come to our school and feel safe there and feel like they can come to us with anything related to their child's education or not related to their child's education. So I'd like to see those things brought back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah.
Good evening. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak. Something very close and near and dear to my heart. My name is Rita Ultreras Markstein, and I stand before you as a teacher in full support of making our school district a safe haven for our students. Sacramento City Unified School District has always been made up of a diverse student population. This is something our district has always embraced. We do festivals, yearly festivals, celebrating other students' cultures. The children are aware of these huge enrichment activities and they learn from each other. Currently, there's uncertainty at our school regarding our student immigration population and the changes they might be encountering in the future. In 1982, the Supreme Court ruled in Plyer v. Doe that public schools were prohibited from denying immigrant students access to a public education. The court stated that undocumented children have the same rights to a free public education as U.S. citizens and permanent residents. Since we have to provide an education to these children and in turn support their families, our students should feel safe at school. Sorry. Only then will they reach their full education potential, as one cannot learn while in fear. Teaching in a bilingual education school has been really tough. This has been very hard because we do deal with a lot of households that are split in citizen status. In understanding some of the fears our students currently fear, our schools should join other schools throughout the U.S. in becoming safe havens that embrace and protect all students, regardless of their citizenship and national origins. Thank you for listening. You have so much to give back to our children, and thank you. It really means a lot.
Thank you very much. Rhea?
Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. Next year will be the 50th anniversary of my graduating from Sac High. I graduated class of 67. When I was there in 66, we formed the MAYA, which is Mexican American Youth Association. The campus was very welcoming. You felt safe there. I want our current students to have that same kind of environment. I sit on two boards, community partners that want to sign your letter, your resolution. The Sacramento LGBT Community Center and the Latino Center Art and Culture. I'm very glad that we're speaking as one voice and taking action. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rhea, could you please state your name for the record as well? That's
George Raya.
Thank you very much.
R-A-Y-A.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Stacy Hiramoto. I am a proud mother of two boys that graduated and were educated very well through this school district. I'm a little embarrassed to say that this is my first school board meeting. I am the director of REMCO, the Racial and Ethnic Mental Health Disparities Coalition, and I will tell you that this resolution will help the mental health of children, families, and I want to thank you so much for introducing this resolution. My parents and grandparents were interned because I'm Japanese American. I honestly thought that I would not have to worry about this issue. But frankly, I have heard surrogates of the president-elect talk about how that was a precedent, that is something that actually set a precedent for them to perhaps allow them to do things like that to Muslims and Latin Americans. And I'm very upset about that. So again, thank you for this resolution. I urge you to pass it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Teresa Flores, and this is Teresa Hernandez. We're going to split our time. We're going to be really quick. Good evening. My name is Teresa Flores. I'm an organizer with Sacramento ACT. We are a multi-faith, multi-racial community organization in Sacramento. with 56 member congregations representing 60,000 families. And today I'm here in support of the resolution. We strongly believe that our children need to be able to not only feel but be safe in schools, anywhere, but especially in schools where they go to learn. We want to make sure that this environment has been created, and we believe that this resolution will help do that. We look forward. We thank you for the leadership in doing this, and we look forward to continuing to work with you to strengthen the resolution and move forward on action steps to ensure that this actually happens in our schools.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Teresa Hernández.
Mi nombre es Teresa Hernández.
Y como miembro de esta comunidad, también estoy aprobando esta resolución.
And she's here to support the resolution.
Sé que el problema está y escuché todos los bonitos comentarios que hizo la señora.
So she knows that this is an issue, and she heard the comments from Jesse Ryan in introducing the resolution.
Mi pregunta es, ¿va usted a firmar ese papel? Oh, perdón, que si van a aprobar eso. Sabemos que el problema está, queremos la solución, queremos saber si van a tener acción.
So she knows that there's an issue, and we want to make sure that the board will approve this resolution.
Considero que ninguna persona, por más poder o importante que sea, tiene el derecho a ofender o a humillar o a hacer sentir mal a ningún ser humano, llámese homosexual, de cualquier religión o de cualquier nacionalidad.
So we are here to say that, no matter how much power or what position someone has, nobody should be able to offend anyone regardless of their gender or sexual identity, race, religion. And so we're here to support this resolution.
Gracias por permitirme hablar.
Thank you.
The next speakers, if you could line up, are Carl Pinkston, Rachel Rios, Rita Cepeda, Katie Valenzuela Garcia, and Joanne England.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Banda. My name is Carl Pinkston. I'm with the Black Parallel School Board. I basically want to say that the Black Parallel School Board fully support this resolution on two bases. One, that all people of color, whether Black, Latino, African American, everyone needs to come out and support and stand with the undocumented on this very day. This has to be the last line in the sand for where we are headed. So I'm proud of the fact that this resolution has come to Sacramento to say we will not go back. That's number one. Second, but most importantly, we cannot be divided. We cannot be divided in a time where it is where hate is used to divide and destroy us all. This is a period where Sacramento can stand up and tell everyone down the Central Valley, from Sacramento all the way down to Kern County, and as far north as Redding and Modoc, to basically say that we, as one people, we are all undocumented today. So if you take one, you take us all. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, members of the board, Superintendent Banda. I'm Dr. Rita Cepeda, Chancellor Emeritus of the San Jose Evergreen Community College District, now retired and living in Sacramento. And perhaps the most important credential is I'm the mother of 2 of your graduates, Sac High and McClatchy High. By way of background, it is also important to note that I'm a naturalized citizen of the United States, and those immigrant education and immigrant issues are an important part of my professional and personal expertise. I wish to commend you for considering resolution number 2915 to establish Sacramento City Unified School District as a safe haven school. In adopting this resolution, you will be joining a growing number of courageous, focused, and student-centered educational institutions nationwide. You are also in good company at the state level, as all segments of public post-secondary education, including the University of California, California State University, and the California Community Colleges, are also considering formal resolutions to their respective boards, upholding existing federal state law and protecting the rights of immigrant students to establish a climate that is conducive and effective and supportive of the teaching and learning environment. I actually have a letter signed by all three segments that I will present to your staff for your information. You are part of an increasing number of government officials, beginning in cities such as New York, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Chicago, and most recently Santana, all of which have officially joined the sanctuary movement. As elected officials, you are beholden to those that placed you in office, but most important of all, to the students whose educations you are sworn to safeguard. In addition, you must also feel secure in the knowledge that your actions are supported by the U.S. Supreme Court in a ruling based on the mandate of equal protection under the law, which requires the states and municipalities to make social services available to all residents, irrespective of citizenry or lawful or unlawful immigration. Furthermore, a second Supreme Court ruling also prohibits the federal government from commandeering the states by forcing them to work for federal government. Under this ruling, this board is clearly not an agency of the federal government, but an entity of local government. Therefore, your policies and resources must focus on the needs of the local constituencies that placed you in office. I would like to also just briefly list a few other considerations that include, of course, the fact that K-12 is compulsory education, require parents to send their children to our schools under penalty of law. Immigrant parents must send their children to our schools, and we in turn must protect and educate those children by providing a safe environment and educational opportunities. You also have other considerations like DACA and FERPA that are very much part of your requirements. Finally, then, the provisions for a safe and secure environment, equal protection under the law, compulsory education, right to privacy, and educational equity all support your actions this evening. But most important of all, the well-being of our community, our families, and our state all depend on the creation of a continued environment of inclusion, equity, justice, growth, and protection of civil liberties. This is a time not just to act, but to teach our students a lesson in civility and justice. Please let our children, your children, feel safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Katie Valenzuela Garcia. I sit on several boards and committees statewide and locally, but tonight I'm here as an Oak Park resident and as an organizer who works in my spare time in neighborhoods across the county to urge your support of this measure. As stewards of our children's education, you know that history tells us the worst possible scenarios that could happen, both here and abroad, as a result of such hateful rhetoric that dictates national policy. It's critical that we take an early stand to do everything we can to protect our neighbors and our friends from unnecessarily punitive actions that are based on hate and prejudice. I want to thank my board member, Oak Park's board member, for bringing this forward. She is true to the heart of our community in this and all things she does, and I strongly urge the rest of you to please support this measure. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Rachel Rios, and I'm the director of La Familia Counseling Center, and I have here staff and members of La Familia who are here to say thank you for your leadership in bringing forward this resolution and urging unanimous passing of this resolution. As a community-based organization, we have seen community members, their fear and their isolation as they pull away from groups because they're afraid of being identified as immigrants. So we really appreciate that you're bringing this forward, and we we appreciate the amendment to include other Sac City Unified School District properties, such as the Maple Community Center, which is a hub for community members and provides education as well as other services for children. So we really appreciate that. Today, as we welcome the new school board members, we also said goodbye to two of the Latino school board members that represent nearly 40% of the student population. So we really depend upon all of you to be the voice to uplift our community's concerns. And so we ask for your unanimous support of this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Joanne Anglin, and I'm representing a writing group called Writers of the New Sun, Los Escritores del Nuevo Sol, and we believe that any student, in order to achieve literacy and good education, needs to feel secure and safe and appreciated where they are. So we want to commend the board for this resolution and just thank you for your work on their behalf.
Thank you.
The next 5 speakers, if they could line up, Mariana Rivera, Joanne Fuller, Mario Galvin, Lamaya Coleman, and Tony Tinker.
Good evening. My name is Mariana Rivera. I worked at Sac State for 25 years in the College of Engineering, worked with lots of undocumented kids. I was the advisor to the Dreamer Club of engineering students. And I was on the Latino Parents Advisory Committee to one of the school board members, Manny Hernandez, for a lot of years. And my kids went to school in Sac City Unified. And when I heard about the resolution, I was real proud of you. Good work. I think I wonder about how it will be. It sounds good, you know, it sounds really good. I want to see it in place and enforced and really work. I think what I kept on thinking about back there, what I wanted to share with you is that it's really important that our teachers, that our counselors, that our principals, assistant principal, everybody really be behind this. I think the kids will pick up whatever message we give to them. And if we have this idea of sanctuary or safe haven for our students, it's like the best thing that we can do. Here in Sacramento, we're organizing, trying to create a plan for what we're going to do during these times, because it's scary for our children. And I'm hoping that we can, we'll share your resolution, we'll share it with everybody else that we know. We know people across the country, and it's a really great example. So thank you.
I'm Joanne Fuller, here to speak in favor of the resolution, and I come here with gratitude for your leadership in this. And I also want to note that I think ethnic studies, I'm very glad for your support of ethnic studies, and I think that would be particularly important to my community also. So thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Mario Galvan, and I am a member of the Ethnic Studies Now Coalition, and I'm here to speak in support of this motion or action you guys are taking. But I want to just emphasize the fact that this is not something new. We think back to the 1980s when Sacramento first became a sanctuary city. It was in response to the violence going on in Central America at that time. And I would just point out that the current crisis, we look at it as, immigrants, but often we don't look at why immigrants are coming into the United States and at the violence and poverty that U.S. foreign policy has created in these countries, horrific things that drive immigration. And so while the situation is horrific, if I may use that word again, I think that we need to look at who's responsible for that, and that the current I was going to say would-be government, but it is going to be the real government. But this is, I would just remind everyone, this is a wild card government that has come out of the rejection by the American people of the policies of both the Democratic and the Republican parties that have created the situation we're facing now. So thank you very much for your time, and again, thank you for this resolution.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Tony Tinker, and I'm a longtime Sacramento resident, and I have sit on several boards within this district, both being the Black Parallel School Board. I'm a member of the Ethnic Studies Now Coalition Sacramento. I'm also a junior league board member, as well as a parent. I have 4 children in this district, and I am a mixed race woman, and I have a mixed race family, and I have mixed race children in this district. And although my partner and I are raising our children to celebrate those differences of our ethnic diversity, on November 8th, a whole different situation has happened. On November 8th, our whole world moved into levels of uncertainty and increased fears. My children, over the course of the subsequent days, began to come home and question themselves, not only by the ways that they looked, but by their worth, who they were, how they were physically. And all because people, children, individuals in this district felt the need to be able to, the right to have my children question themselves and their right to be in those spaces. As the days progressed, I began to hear more and more incidences like this throughout the city, throughout the country, also within other schools, within our own district. Incidents of fear and hate coming from all of these places. As a district, it is imperative that we continue to press this resolution so that my children feel safe, so that other children feel safe, on both sides, so that we are raising children, young children, to become adults who are safe, who are educated, and coming up in our schools to say, this is where I came from, this is where I was safe, this is where I learned from, and we have the ability to do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lamaya Coleman. I'm a parent in the district and a member of SAC Act. And I just want to say I'm really grateful that that Jesse brought forward this resolution. I think it's really important that we as a community and we as a society show that many of us really want to create the safety, that we want to create safety for safety in many ways within our schools, be that safety with your immigration status or safety to take risks. So I just support this. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next 5 speakers are Zong Li, Martin Ramirez, Oswaldo Hernandez, Jason Weiner, and Angel Garcia.
Hello, my name is Zong Li. I'm a resident in Sacramento, and I am a proud product of the Sacramento City Unified School District. I'm extremely happy that the school district is passing this. One is because as a refugee myself, and as hearing what has been being said in the federal level, it's very disheartening to know that there are individuals who don't support family like my family and myself to get an education, and it's very sad, and I'm just extremely happy that the school district is moving forward with this resolution and approving and supporting individuals who just want an education to better themselves and their families. So I just want to say that I support this action, and I am extremely proud of the leadership in my school district that I attended and graduated and went and got a college degree and came back and is fighting for a better community in our school district. So to say I'm proud of the leadership here.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, board. Buenas tardes. Najong. Ni hao. It's an honor and privilege to be part of the Sacramento City Unified School District as a vice principal and a former teacher at Burbank, currently vice principal at Rosa Parks. And I would really appreciate if this resolution would be passed. It would help us greatly to create a positive climate at our school, for example, and throughout our district. A couple of weeks ago, I was actually very shocked when first graders and kindergartners approached me and asked me if I was going to come back next year. Others asked me if Johnny Turner was going to come back, or if he had two choices, to go back to Africa or stay here. I believe that if we intend to decrease trauma, it starts today. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Angel Garcia. I'm a parent and I'm a public servant for my job. I wanted to come to speak to support this resolution. I'm very grateful that this was drafted. It's been horrible, the things that I've been seeing after the election as far as the hateful comments. Today, I shared how happy I was that this resolution was going to be talked about in this district. I was told because of my last name that I was an illegal, I needed to go back to Mexico, build the wall, all just off the way I looked at my name. It's disgusting. I want to read a passage. It's from a Protestant pastor who emerged as an outspoken foe of Adolf Hitler and spent the last 7 years in concentration camps. First, they came for the socialists, and I didn't speak out because I wasn't a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I wasn't a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I didn't speak out because I was not a Jew. And then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me. And this is relevant because this isn't just about undocumented students. This is about all students. My son was severely bullied last year because of his autism. This is about protecting all of our students. All of our students deserve to go to school in a safe place, feel secure, feel like they're not going to get bullied and beat up, feel like they're not going to get taken away from their families. So I would ask a step further that this is the foundation to ensure that all of our students are secure and safe in school. But after this is put into place, I hope that you guys pass it. After it's put into place, please back it up with resources. Our students need real bullying prevention programs. They need real programs that teach social emotional learning. They need this emphasized every day. We talk about the Fair Education Act at the CAC. We need to be teaching our students about all students, ethnic diversity, students with people with disabilities, the LGBT community. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
President Hansen, Superintendent Banda, board members. My name is Jason Weiner, and as a parent in this district, I have 3 children at Leonardo da Vinci School. As a member of Sacramento area congregations together and speaking partly on behalf of an immigration committee that has fought for the rights and benefits that should be afforded to members of our community, as the grandchild of a Holocaust survivor and member of a synagogue that was itself firebombed here in Sacramento in 1999. I thank you for introducing the resolution, encourage you to support it unanimously, and also encourage you to pay attention to not just passing it and saying it's a statement, but making sure that it is implemented throughout and communicated to all the parents of our district. My kids, as I said, go to Leonardo da Vinci, and you all probably read the letter that our principal felt compelled to send. Mm-hmm. Now, our school has a diversity, a level of diversity that I'm proud of. It probably has undocumented students, but we share a parking lot with a school that has even much more diversity. I am certain has many more undocumented students, and I can only imagine what those families are feeling. So thank you, and I look forward to sharing this with all of the people in this district. Thank you.
Good evening, board members, student representative, Superintendent Banda, and members of the community. My name is Oswaldo Hernandez, and I am a proud alum of Sac City Unified, and I also serve now as one of the facilitators with Family and Community Engagement. Before I say anything else, I would like to thank you for acknowledging that this is a time of fear for many of the communities we serve, and for taking action to reassure our students and our families that this behavior is not going to be tolerated and this is not acceptable in our communities. Before I continue, I want to apologize. This is a topic that hits really close to home. And as someone that works directly with our families, I would like to kindly ask you to consider adding language that explicitly restricts access to our district offices. Right now, as it stands, it does not mention this building right here. We do have our board meetings, and we want our families present. We have our enrollment center, and we want to make sure that our families have access to that. We have our parent resource center that should be accessible, and our families should not be fearful of seeking out resources and opportunities for themselves and our students. So once again, I would kindly ask you to consider adding that specific language to the resolution. Thank you for your work and commitment to our community and for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next 5 speakers are Grace Trujillo, Angie Sutherland, Ian Arnold, Nikki Milevsky, and Elizabeth Villanueva.
Good evening, members of the board and Superintendent Banda. I agree with everybody who has spoken. I think it's very important to be safe at school environment, and that goes across the board. I think the initiative needs to be supportive with all, and at the same time, for being an example, because you've supported and implemented, the children feel like they're able to come to school without a concern. Like everybody gave examples, and like I said, I'm a living proof as well too. I think without an education, you can't not achieve your dreams. And I think this great nation was built on immigrants, and I think that's what we need to focus on. So the key thing is there's a lot between just immigration and feeling safe at home. Like Angel was saying, bullying is a big thing too, and also children with disabilities. I think we all need to be embraced, and the culture needs to change and accept our kids as well as part of the initiative. So thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Angie Sutherland, and I'm a parent. I have a 5th grader at Hollywood Park Elementary, and this is her standing in front of her school in front of a bully-free zone sign 2 years ago. When we first moved to that school, we were so just so happy and hopeful that she would have a good experience, and she is having a really good experience there. It's not perfect. I'm really happy that we have this resolution, because our schools do need to be a safe haven for inclusivity, acceptance, safety, tolerance. I know that the election for my daughter, she had never heard anything like that before. It was all over the internet and TV, and she was really shocked that she even recorded a speech about the results of the election, and she was really shocked that that kind of stuff was being glorified and promoted. And I'm asking, this is a great resolution, but I really want to know, how is it going to be implemented? Are we going to expand our resources? Because if we don't, if we just have a piece of paper, it's not going to help anything. We already have programs that aren't reaching our students. So we have one bullying prevention specialist. We have one SEL director. We need to expand that, and I would love to hear more about the implementation and be a part of that. So I'm looking forward to hearing about that. We do need to expand mental health services and awareness, training, and we need to treat issues of bullying seriously and not come up with more of a defense of that it's not actually happening. We need to actually value the perception of the students who are reporting it and take it seriously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Ian Arnold. Man, this is just tough. I'm here 100% in favor of this resolution. It's the least we can absolutely do. Not only just adopt the resolution, but also make sure that the kids know that the resolution actually means something. 80 years ago, Sinclair Lewis wrote, "It can't happen here." 7 years later, Japanese Americans found out it damn sure can. A year and a half ago, I would have said it can't happen here again. Sure it can. Every day we see on TV, on the internet, here on the radio, about hate crimes. That's appalling. What's outrageous is that we haven't even realized how much hate speech has become so common, we're missing it. We stand in line at the supermarket, and unless they actually say the N-word or something like that, it just gets by you. People are just off the hook. It's outrageous. I don't even know where to start. I've only got a few seconds left, so let me finish by saying, yes, please adopt this resolution, and yes, I will take this to the SEIU Executive Board representing 58,000 employees in Northern California for co-signature.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board. Superintendent Bonda, Nikki Malevsky, president of SCTA. The Sacramento City Teachers Association is a democratic organization. Our representative council is comprised of educators elected from their colleagues at each and every one of our school sites to set the policies of our association. Well, our representative council met earlier today, and I am proud to announce that they voted unanimously to support the Safe Haven resolution. And on behalf of the 2,500 educators in this district I'm elected to represent, I urge you to adopt this resolution tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Muy buenas noches, mi nombre es Liz Villanueva, soy una maestra de español en la Escuela Preparatoria Luther Burbank. Es mi gran honor trabajar para este distrito y representar lo que somos, humanos. Y la pregunta es para cada uno de nosotros, ¿qué representamos? Good evening, my name is Elizabeth Villanueva, and it is my pleasure to work for this district as a Spanish teacher at Luther Burbank. And it's even my greatest honor to be here as a human being. And that's the question that I have for every single one of us who are here in this building, and not just here, the board members and the superintendent, but what kind of consciousness do we have for a district? I'm not here representing anybody. I'm here just as another piece of human being, as you are. And just reflect on the following question. If you were in the shoes of all those students that we're talking about, because it's not just the students, it's their families, it's you, it's me, what would you do? I have a group of students who gladly, I feel blessed that had the support from community members, from Sac City College, Puente Project, and many others who kindly came and showed their human part. And before the elections, we put together this group, and they were dreaming high, okay? And after the elections, I just couldn't even be in front of those students for everything that it has been said. But now this is the moment that what are we going to do? Not for them, but for all of us. So once again, if we reflect, where do we come from? What roots do we have? What are we going to do about it? Is this resolution, I support it. It's not about a piece of paper. It's about collective consciousness. Mm-hmm. It's about humildad. It's about community. And it's about we. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our final two speakers are Rhonda Rios-Kravitz and Jessica Arriaga.
Good evening. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Dr. Rhonda Rios-Kravitz, and I am the CEO of Alianza, which is an immigrant and civil rights group. I'm also Dean Emeritus of Sacramento City College. And I'd really like to thank the board for bringing this resolution forward. Thank you, Superintendent Bonda, But particularly, thank you, Board Member Ryan, for the work that you have done in putting this together. I'm here to speak in strong support of the resolution. The fear and stress that immigrant families and students have expressed to us as an organization after Trump's election has been palpable. Students are afraid that they and their families will be deported. No child, student, or family member should have to live with this kind of fear. Our parents have considered not sending their kids to school due to the extreme fear. This resolution is a first step in helping to create a sense of safety for our students and families, and it is important to note that California has one of the highest percentages of children with undocumented children, and thus this resolution is critical. I'm going to just say one last thing because I know my time is up, but I want to say what my students have asked me to say is that all people deserve dignity and inclusion no matter where they are born. When our policies and programs on a local, state, and national level reflect the values of inclusion and dignity, then we as a nation can and are able to reflect our shared humanity. When we lead with those values, we can imagine a world which embraces immigrant and refugee communities. When we lead with those values, we can keep the dream alive and oppose any policy that denies human and civil rights or educational opportunities to immigrants and their children, regardless of immigration status. With this resolution, we can continue to provide opportunities for our students to pursue their learning and life goals. Once again, I'd like to say thank you for bringing this resolution forward.
Thank you.
Good evening, once again, board members and Superintendent Banda. My name is Jessica Arriaga, and I am a graduate from the Sac City Unified School District. I'm also a daughter of an illegal immigrant, and my children have a father who is also an immigrant. And so this issue does ring true. It comes home, and it is a step, and I say that with extreme emphasis. It's a step in the right direction. For Sac City Unified students. You are in a unique position. You're shaping the minds of our children, of our future. And rather than understanding that, our children are in fear. They are actually missing out on how empowered they can be, because they can change the outcome of where our nation is going if they had the opportunity to embrace it. We need to take the time to teach them that they have the ultimate power to reshape the direction our nation is going in. And we need to turn that fear and empower our students and empower our families. And this is only a small step into that direction. And I encourage all of you to continue to make additional steps to educate our children and teach the cultural backgrounds that our nation was founded upon immigrants after immigrants after immigrants. And it's just important that we do that as a school district to ensure the solidarity of our nation going forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Well, we certainly appreciate everyone's comments. First, Member Ryan has some brief amendments to the resolution.
Yes, I wanted to share that based on the input of community members, I am taking a few what I believe to be very important amendments to the resolution to strengthen the safe haven district status. In particular, on the second page, under the language, including schools and further designating SCUSD school sites as safe havens, we are adding to that and district facilities. So we will have and district facilities in 3 places. I believe I identified them as 16, 17, and 21 as our lines in specific response to our community members who want to ensure that the district office, as well as our district school sites that are in reuse right now, are also protected spaces. So we will be doing that. I also wanted to share, in response to what I believe are very valid concerns, that this be more than a statement, but that we have action behind it that will continue to ensure that this is of value to our community. We will add under the set of activities that the superintendent is charged with taking on. Under the last endorsing a set of unified activities determined by each school site, there will be a further bullet: develop an implementation plan in consultation with stakeholder groups and report back to the board on progress. And I would like a date certain, in particular, given we're expecting there will be probably some unrest around the swearing in January. I would like a report back the first meeting of February. Now, that does not preclude the district beginning activities now. We're already in conversations with our school sites about doing a set of unifying activities that will help us get through these next few weeks of rough times, taking into account also the holiday break. I will also say I've been in conversation with the County Office of Education and asked for a toolkit that we can put together. The Teachers Union also sent me some resources. I've had social justice, civil rights groups send me resources. I want us to be able to take into the hands of our teachers and our principals at every school site a toolkit that they can customize to meet the unique needs of their campus, but that give them very real templates for how to have these conversations and enact these protections at their school. So these are some things that we'll be doing. And finally, though it is not an amendment to the language itself, we are going to make a request that this resolution be translated in the 5 most spoken languages in the district, so that we can ensure we are pushing it out into the hands of our parents and our community, and that we are truly communicating what this means to our Sacramento City diverse school district at large.
Member Wu.
Thank you, President Hanson. Boy, that has a nice ring.
Thank you.
Vice President Ryan, I don't have a lined copy. My lines aren't numbered, so can you just tell me at which resolved and which bullets you're referring to?
So I literally was counting them out.
Oh.
So I am referring to specifically under resolved that the Sacramento City Unified School Board of Education directs the superintendent to support the creation of a safe haven school district that shall include, bullet 2, include schools and district facilities. Under that further, I shall not be allowed to enter school sites and district facilities.
Wait, I shall not. Okay. Thank you.
2 bullets down from that, designating SCUSD school sites and district facilities as safe havens for students. And then finally, 4 bullets down from that, developing an implementation plan in consultation with stakeholders and reporting back to the board on progress at the first February board meeting. And Ann, if you can help us get that date, that would be helpful.
So I would like to offer a friendly amendment to your amendment, and that is to not include just facilities of SCUSD, but recognize that properties such as our school buses are mobile facilities. And I don't think it's even implied that our facilities typically are thought to be real property. So my concern is that ICE could stop a school bus and try to board it.
So you're suggesting facilities and property?
Exactly.
I would be more than happy to take that amendment. I think that that's a very good suggestion.
And then I don't know if you got it in the 3rd and 5th resolved further, but I would include that, the suggested changes to the language in the 3rd and the 5th resolved further. Mm-hmm. And then in addition to creating this resolution in every language, of those 5 primary languages spoken in our district, I would ask the superintendent if we could post these resolutions at every facility. so that
Absolutely.
at every school office, so that if ICE enters the school, the support staff or the principal has grounds to stand on, and can point to the resolution of the district and say, not here.
I think that those are very good suggested amendments, and thank you.
Member Minnick.
Did I do this right? Oh,
Yep.
Cool.
Yes,
Thank you, President Hansen. First, I want to thank Vice President Ryan for bringing this forward. I am very excited for this to be the first thing that I vote on as a board member. Well, with the exception of the president stuff, but the first policy that I get to vote on. So I'm really excited about that. As you all know, and probably some of you know, that in my day job, I work with students in high school, and I teach at City College. And those 24 to 48 hours after the election, a lot of the first questions in our discussions that came out were, am I going to get deported? Do I still have access to school? Is it unsafe for me to come here? If by passing this resolution today, what we're saying is you're not a visitor in our schools. These are your spaces, and you deserve to be safe here. And that we're going to protect you. And we know that you can't learn if you're not safe. And so I'm very thrilled to be supporting this. I do have one minor semantical kind of change, maybe, in the idea of clarity and inclusivity. In the first paragraph, excuse me, I'm sick. It has ethnicity, religion, sexual orientation, ability, gender, socioeconomic. I'd like to replace gender with sex and gender identity, which are two different things. And I wanted to make sure that that we're inclusive of that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Vang.
Okay, it's working.
Mm-hmm.
I'll keep this short because I think school board member Jessie Ryan already mentioned some of the amendments, but I really want to thank her for her leadership and really taking the initiative to carry this important resolution. Similar to board member Minnick, I'm also thrilled that my first vote, aside from the executive committee, that I will be taking my first vote on this resolution to help foster a healthier and safer school environment for all of our students. I think it's critical that we ensure all our students and parents that we stand ready to protect them, and this resolution really begins that process. There are a few edits that I wanted to add, but board member Ryan have already mentioned them. I just want to mention that oftentimes I think resolution goes in a binder somewhere and there's no follow-up. And what I heard clearly from community members is that they want some action stuff. And I'm really glad that we're adding to the resolution to have Superintendent Bonda do a report back on the implementation, what our community partnership looks like, and what kind of support are we going to give our school site employees if a situation arises. Secondly, I wanted to also add, Board Member Ryan, in addition to distributing copies of the resolution in multiple language, I think it's also important that we distribute the resolution to our ELACs, our DLACs, and also our immigrant rights community-based organization, because I think it's very critical that if we are to create a safe haven district, we can't do it alone. And it needs to be in collaboration with community-based organization that's been doing work around hate crime and discrimination. And then the only last thing, it's really minor to add, but on the first line, if we can also add, irrespective of also their immigration status, that would be the only thing I would like to add. Thank you so much again, Board Member Ryan, for your leadership on this resolution.
I'll just say a final word before I make a motion. Okay.
Member Rosas.
I think that as a student representative on this board, I think it's very important that I state how much I completely support this resolution, because after November 8th, when you're in that classroom and you see multiple students crying because of the amount of fear they have, I think that speaks volumes about how this has affected our students and how it has affected how they feel on school campuses. When you have students and peers saying how disappointed they are because they feel like their country does not accept them, I think it is incredibly important for our district to take this stance and tell them we support you, we accept you, and we will protect you. So I may not have a full vote, but I urge this board to approve this resolution because I think it's incredibly important to show our stance and make sure that we show to our students how much we support them and how much we are behind them. Thank you.
Oh, those are wonderful comments. Thank you very much. I can say for me personally, this has been an extraordinary experience just hearing the comments from our community and the folks that I've talked to since this resolution became public last week. And it's clear that, I didn't even understand the enormity of what's happening in our community. So by bringing this forward, I think we really are making a very positive move. And I'm always an eternal optimist, so it's hard to beat that out of me. So for me, I look at the lessons that this election have had, and everyone has a lesson. And the lesson that we're showing tonight to our students and our community is what the power is of our democracy, that we can step forward and we can make changes in our community irrespective of what happens someplace else. And that's what our real power is. And our power can be a light that can hopefully illuminate other places in this country who I think need to see that. So to me, it ends up being a positive. And when our students see us all working together, they see our wonderful student board member speaking up on their behalf. When we had students testify from schools tonight and teachers and community members, that's really powerful. And we all come together. I mean, that's one of the many beautiful things that I really love about Sacramento and our community. We do that. So I'm very proud to support Member Ryan and her resolution, and really appreciate your leadership in bringing it forward.
Thank you. So as in making the motion, I want to first thank my board for their outstanding amendments, but moreover, I want to thank everyone in the community for sharing your heart and also your voice as to why this matters for our students. For me, this is also something that's deeply personal. I'm the adoptive mother of children who are Puerto Rican and Jamaican, and their birth parents were immigrants. My husband had a grandmother who worked in the fields and was an immigrant from Mexico. He grew up in a 700-person community where he worked in the fields and went to school with a large population of undocumented students, and that then fueled his passion to become an attorney and fight for immigrant rights. I will tell you, after the election, so many in my community and at my school sites expressed a sense of hopelessness. And there is nothing worse than having our youth feel hopeless. And so I hope that tonight, in passing this resolution, we are telling our youth and our families, without a doubt, there is a reason to hope for the future. Even in the darkest times, people will stand with you, and you are protected because we will not allow you to be taken away. And with that, I would like to make the motion that we adopt Resolution 2915, recognition of a safe haven school district.
Can I second? Oh, I didn't.
We have multiple seconds. I hear multiple seconds. One last comment, Mr. Wu.
I just realized in looking at the warehouses, and I brought this to Vice President Ryan's attention, that race is different than ethnicity, and it's different than national origin, and I hope that that will be included as well. Thank you.
One more friendly amendment. All right. Well, we've had a second and Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Thank you very much. Thank you. We will now move on to 8.0, public comment. I think there must be more we need to hear from our public. And indeed, we have some folks who would like to come speak.
We sure do. So if we could have Kua Franz, Savon Hines, Peter Guananji, Jessica Arriaga, and then a few more after that.
Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you.
Good to see you.
It's good to see you all. Good evening, board members and Superintendent Bonda. My name is Kua Franz. Congratulations on passing a really important resolution for our district, for our families, and for our communities here. I'm here tonight with a few members of the Sacramento Hmong Story 40 exhibit team. The Hmong Story 40 exhibit project is a multimedia exhibit comprised of never-before-seen photographs from a private collection, untold oral stories from a first-person perspectives, fine arts created by California Hmong artists, and artifacts illustrating the Hmong culture, history, and contribution to California. We would like to thank the school district for providing the support and the Roman Center space for this exhibit. The Hmong Story 40 exhibit has visited the city of Fresno and Merced and has its last show here in Sacramento. We are here to personally invite you, the school board of Sac City Unified School District, the staff, and the general public to join us on February 11th, 2017 at 11 o'clock for our grand opening event. And it'll be actually held here right next door in the Roman Center. The exhibit will be open for 2 weeks, and it is open to anyone visiting the Sacramento area. And again, this resolution that you just passed, this is a great example of what the district can start to do. We have set aside special hours for special school tours. So we wanted to ensure that schools can, school teachers, school classrooms, can, whoever's interested in visiting the exhibit can actually do that as a field trip. We're currently working with the superintendent and his staff to ensure that your school sites will receive information regarding the special school tours and hope that your schools actually take advantage of this. So we need every board member to really encourage your schools to consider sending their kids and their teachers and their communities to visit the exhibit. I'm leaving flyers for each of you. I've left it here. Please take them with you. We have flyers in the back of the room. And for those of you who are actually watching this from home, you can also check out our website, hmongstory40.org, for more information about the operations of the hours and the dates. Again, we'll be here February 11th through the 25th. And again, we appreciate the school district, the superintendent, and staff, Ms. Allen, for all your support. Again, this is only, I hope that this is only the beginning of many other great opportunities for the school district to really experience different cultures in your district. So thank you.
Thank you for your project, and thanks for coming, visiting you.
Hi, my name is Jessica Arriaga, and most of you have been on the board long enough to know me, and some of you are new. I did want to make sure that you're all aware that I'm a very active parent. I have a child with special needs, and I'm very involved, and I go to the school on a regular basis, so it's with a heavy heart that I'm here today. Late September, I signed an IEP for services. My son needed 2 hours of RSP and an hour of occupational therapy. With a heavy heart, I thought maybe 3 hours was too much time out of the classroom, so I reduced it to 1 hour of RSP and 1 hour of occupational therapy. You can only imagine how disappointed and utterly upset I had been to find out that to this date, there's no start date for the occupational therapy. There's no plan to provide those services to date. We're 10 weeks into the school year. And I sacrificed other services so he could have those services, and there's not anything in place for him. There are laws in place to protect my son who needs these services, and I encourage you to find out how many other students fall into this category, because if it is happening to me, an active, engaged community member, I can only imagine the many, many students that are impacted negatively, that are thrown to the wayside, that aren't getting the services that they need. Do you know the reality of the timeline from which a parent determines their child needs services to the reality of when you deliver it? I can tell you when you're supposed to deliver it. I can tell you when you're supposed to make those meetings and sign the papers. I've entered into a contract with the district to which you hold me accountable to, but who is holding you accountable? It's hard to be a parent in your school district, work a full-time job, take care of my boys all on my own, and you're not making it any easier. I was here last year, and I'm here this year, different school, everything. I implore you to find out how horrendous this situation really is, because I guarantee you start looking into it. I'm the voice of many, many voiceless children, and I just really need you guys to, don't want to be a damper on all the festivities because you've done some really great things, but you're losing the special needs children, and you'll continue to lose them as long as you continue down the same path year after year after year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Board President and members of the Board and Superintendent Bonda. My name is Savon Hines, and I'm a senior at Sac High. I'm the starting point guard of the boys basketball team, and this will be my 4th year playing varsity. Next year, I hope to attend a 4-year university on a full ride scholarship, so I will be working extra hard this season to have a great season for my team and give myself the opportunity to play at the next level like so many of the Sac High players who have come before me. About a month ago, a few Sac High football players invited board members out to the Bell game in the playoffs. I had the opportunity to play on the football team too. It was an honor to represent Sacramento as the #1 ranked team in the area for over half the season. While the football season is over and we came up short of a championship, I'm looking forward to a new season starting with basketball and chasing a new championship. I'm here tonight with one of my teammates, Peter. Like me, Peter went to a local middle school and is now at Sac High. I went to Sutter and Peter attended Wilsey Wood. We both chose to attend Sac High because of the school's college-going culture, along with the basketball program. So Peter is going to come up next and extend an invitation to the board and others. Hopefully, I'll see you sometime soon in the gym. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, Board President Hanson, members of the board, and Superintendent Bonda. My name is Peter Gunanji, and I'm here to invite the members of the school board, along with the superintendent, district staff, and the members of the public to attend this year's annual St. Hope Elites Hoops Classics basketball tournament featuring 32 of California's best high school boys team. Last year's tournament featured 5 high schools from the Sac City School District. This year, the St. Hope's Classic starts Monday, December 26th, and runs through Friday, December 30th. Games are played at Sac High, Hiram Johnson, and St. Paul's Family Life Center on 14th Avenue. We'll email each of you a schedule. We hope you can come out to see student athletes in action, as our tournament features the teams from Sac High, McClatchy, Kennedy, Burbank, and Hiram Johnson. There's a great basketball tradition in Sac City that was capped off last year with Sac High's boys winning the section title, West Campus boys and girls making the section finals, and the Sac High girls earning a spot in the NorCal championship game. We know this year we will continue to see great things. Thank you, and we hope to see you at the Classic.
Thank you.
The next speakers are Darlene Anderson, Jack King, Terrence Gladney, and LaShanya Brizel.
Darlene Anderson, this is public comment. And I am a member of the public. And I'm really here to say that in Sacramento, the African American community, the young people are broken. Many of the students in local districts, and this is just not Sac City, this is across the city, are failing in our public schools. And when they get 2 or 3 grades behind, they stay 2 or 3 grades behind. I'm trying to figure out what happens when a student falls so far behind. Nothing. Willful defiance issues really start to be prevalent, and you start documenting kids. But our kids have a lot of anger issues. I recently lost a good friend because his nephew was so angry. When we were in high school, boy, people would fight and be friends the next day. Today, people fight and they will shoot you tomorrow. And these are kids who don't have any conscience about what's happening because no one had a conscience about them. We start documenting kids in this district in kindergarten as being willful defiant and put them on a minimum day. Well, what is that television going to do for them? I would like to know. Television is not going to help them. It's going to help engage in the dysfunctional behavior. And then we have ED, emotionally disturbed. What does that mean? When your parent doesn't have the same standards as their grandparents, and these kids are just angry. And I'm kind of angry too because I lost a good friend to a nonsense killing, and simply because his nephew didn't have the control of his own behavior. I really hold this district responsible for what's happening. African Americans have the highest infant death mortality rate in Sacramento, and people don't want to hear that, and they don't talk about it. African American children are failing in this district. And, the people are afraid of Donald Trump, but I'm not, because he said school choice is going to be a states' rights issue. He's going to put school choice back to the states and let parents choose. African American people need to know that they can choose not to stay in a failing environment. And people have to realize that they have to love children to educate them. We can't hold people accountable to educating our kids if they don't love them. And it's been a struggle for me raising my boys in this district, but quite frankly, I was successful because I show up and I do have the conversation. It may be uncomfortable at times, but it really is real. People need to know that failure is not an option, and we shouldn't accept it as adults in this community because we all suffer. Safeway is just not safe when you have children who are at the grocery store and could be shot in the parking lot. And we need to accept that. It's our personal responsibility as adults. Thank you.
Good evening, Superintendent, President, trustees. My name is Jack King. I'm a teacher at Rosemont High School. I teach social studies to students with learning challenges. I'm here to read a letter from a colleague of mine who teaches AP U.S. history, and he wasn't able to come earlier, so I'd like to read it for him. Okay. To whom it may concern, I am writing this to express something that is a great concern to me. As an advanced placement teacher in this district, I have the distinct pleasure of working with the best and most promising students that the district has to offer. In visiting the district website, I am immediately greeted by the phrase "putting children first" in the URL bar, where I can read about making our district a destination district. I can't help but ask, what does this mean for our college-bound students? Currently, our advanced placement U.S. history students are using a book that is older than they are. Is this really what we consider putting children first? For our students that are most likely to go on to university, all we can give them is a textbook that isn't aligned with the current AP test. It is a book used by students from a generation ago, namely the one who is teaching this class. I know we put great faith and confidence in our students and their abilities. But at what point are we asking them to overcome too much and to do without? I know that the successes that they experience are shared by all of us, and when they succeed, it is our greatest point of pride. I only ask all of this so that we can remind ourselves to constantly strive to give these kids every tool and opportunity for success so that they may be able to share in the pride of the best that SCUSD has to offer and to do so with an ever-increasing frequency. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, President Hansen, Superintendent Bonda, and fellow board members, especially new board members and student board member. My name is Terrence Gladney. I'm a parent of a 2016 graduate of Kennedy High School who's now a student athlete at Cal State Stanislaus. I'm the father of a 7th grader, Sam Brannon, who's also a student athlete. And I'm also the father of a son that we lost in 2008. His name was Terrell. I'm also the founder and director of the Terrell C. Gladney Memorial Summer Academy, which I started in 2009 as really just a hope and a dream and a way to hopefully honor and memorialize his life, which anyone who was around him will tell you that he was just a beautiful kid who liked giving to others. I really started as a basketball program, just an opportunity for my son and his fellow teammates who all withdrew simultaneously from a league which really wasn't servicing them and helping them grow as players or as young men, just to continue allowing them opportunity to have a safe space to do something that they love doing. I didn't know at the time that it was going to be something that would also parallel my path of advocacy for children and families, but it has been that and more. As we've grown, it's grown from just a basketball academy and just something that we do in the summer to something that we engage kids in year round. And it was always near and dear to my heart and very foundational for me to provide a free opportunity for those families who don't have the opportunities and access to those other programs that may cost $400 a month or $400 for the summer. So since its inception, through my own contributions as well as those of community partners, I've been able to maintain a free program for those kids. But it's not just, through my own contributions or my family's contributions. It's also through you guys' partnership and other parts of the district that I built network with throughout my service to the district and families and communities of the district. So just as a small token of our appreciation on behalf of myself, my wife, my family, and the many kids, families, caretakers that we consider our TCG Academy family, I'm going to give you guys just a calendar. So it's obviously 2017 calendar, 2016 one won't be too much use.
Thank you.
So it just has some motivational phrases in here, and these are also what we're going to give to our, we call them scholars, and our youth. I think one of the unique things about our program is that when it started as a way for me to just serve the kids, it became a way for the kids to also help me heal and also give them opportunity to be their own leaders. So now our leadership is kids who are matriculated through the program. We have 5 kids who have gone through the program. My son started in 5th grade, but our oldest started in 6th. So the 6th graders that started with us in 2009 graduated last year in 2015 are in college, and the last 3 that were with my son, they graduated as well. But in addition to that, I'm going to give you guys a couple pins. It just has our website and information, but as part of our programming, we allowed the kids to come up with our mission and vision and sort of the foundation and direction in which we want to go. And the simple way that they decided to express it was to have fun, learn, and grow. And I think that as adults and people who are giving to kids, I think what that means to us is remember where we came from. So a great example is someone who came from the district. She has that in her heart, remembering that experience as a child. So as adults, we need to maintain that youthfulness within us. We can always continue to learn and become better people. We can grow by servicing others, and becomes a cycle where we regenerate and keep giving fruit to the world. So thank you guys so much. I'm going to give this to staff, but thank you guys for your partnership.
Thank you. And that is the end of public comments. I have a motion on the consent calendar. And a second. Very good. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstain? Very well. We will move 10.1, Employee Organization Reports, CSA, SCTA. has spoken. SEIU?
I'll try not to take up too much time. Congratulations, Board President Hanson.
Thank you.
Remaining board members and Superintendent Banda. Just wanted to let folks know that tomorrow is the day when I come around and pick up the food barrels for all the donations, non-perishable goods that we pick up for our members and we deliver throughout the year when folks hit hard times. As with every other year, I just wanted to point out that the administration building is absolutely the least generous, and I'm sorry, I hate to point it out every year, but our transportation folks actually managed to fill the barrel a couple of times, and they are the lowest paid folks in the district, but administration building, we never managed to fill the barrel once. So if folks are going to be around tomorrow, please fill the barrel before I come by with the van. And if not, checks made out to CLC are always welcome. Thanks.
Wonderful. Thank you, sir. Teamsters, UPE. All right, very well. 10.2, District Parent Advisory, CAC.
Hi, everyone. I'm Angie Sutherland. I'm the chair of the Community Advisory Committee. I just want to congratulate Christina Pritchett and Jesse Ryan and thank you both for continuing on in a new term. You guys have been great, and we're just thrilled that we'll be able to still continue working with you. And then also we want to welcome our two new board members, Mai Vang and Michael Minnick. We would love to meet you and talk to you more about the needs of students with disabilities. So we welcome you to come if you ever want to come to one of our meetings. That would be wonderful. And then we wanted to talk about parent engagement as a priority in our district. We know that it's a major focus in our strategic plan and in our LCAP. We do appreciate all the support we receive from our SELPA and from our Family and Community Empowerment Office. The child care staff that have been providing child care, and then the translation services staff that having those services has really helped bring more parents to our meetings. And in addition, what we need to further build the parent empowerment is we need for the CAC to be more proactively and meaningfully included in the process of shaping initiatives and decisions that are impacting students with disabilities sooner rather than later in the process. Being proactive. Examples would be for the special education audit. I know the district is working on the multi-tiered systems of supports, MTSS. We haven't been involved in that yet. Spark, when that was created. And then the recent hiring of an independent alternative dispute mediation specialist for special education disputes. We really want to be involved up front and have input before things like this are put into place. And we appreciate the collaboration.
Hi, Angel Garcia, Secretary of the CAC. I just wanted to invite board members, superintendent to our CAC general meeting on Tuesday, January 24, 2017. We're going to be having a special discussion topic that day on mental health services and supports. There we're going to be talking about AB 114, which changed the requirement from counties to the school district to be responsible for educationally related mental health services, ERMS, is what they call the assessment process. And school districts have a responsibility now to provide those services by either hiring a professional who's licensed or contracting out. Our students really, they've shown a high need of mental health services, especially when the students get older. I could speak from experience. There's a high level of anxiety, depression, things related to that. And it's related to our school climate and culture, bullying. Some of the things the CAC are trying to be proactive about is working with Mr. Flores, who's the principal at Sam Brannan. We've developed a survey that Mr. Flores has graciously accepted to provide to his students, so we can get a sense of how students are feeling in regards to bullying and mental health. Additionally, we want to thank Mr. Gladney, who's signed up to be an advisor at Sam Brannan for a student empowerment group working on mental health issues and empowerment. And to work alongside Mr. Gladney, Disabled and Proud, we brought one of the members, one of the advocates here to speak to you guys before. They're going to be a part of that group, and also the State Council on Developmental Disabilities and the Supported Life Institute wants to partner in that effort. So we want to invite you to that conversation on January 24th to see what we can do more. It's a high need. And it's not just our students who have emotional disturbance, it's all of our students who have a mental health need. So thank you.
Thank you. DLAC? Oh. Middick? Board member.
I'm sorry. I had a question for her, for the CAC.
Angie? And
Angel?
Yes.
Sorry, I just wanted to ask on the details of that meeting on the 24th of January.
Oh, okay. The times, it's 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. here at Cerna Center. We will have childcare. We will also have Spanish translation. Additional languages can be requested through calling the number on our website. Or I can give you my card if anybody wants my card and help set that up.
That'd be great. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. We have any representatives from the DLAC committee? Gate?
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Teresa Hernández, presidenta del DELAC.
Good evening. I am Laura Rios, the secretary of DLAC. We do not have a translator. We had a translator tonight, but she had to leave, so I'll be doing the translating for Ms. Hernandez here.
Thank you.
Primero que nada, quiero darle las gracias a la señora Helen, a May y al señor Good por haber atendido a nuestro último meeting.
First of all, I want to thank Ms. Allen, Ms. Mai, and Mr. Darrell for coming out on Tuesday in our DLAC meeting.
Llevamos dos meeting y estamos muy contentos porque ya tenemos nuestros estatutos.
So far, we have already two DLAC meetings, and we're happy to say and very extremely happy that we actually have some bylaws that were adopted last Tuesday, and I'm sure you have a copy of those with you.
Todo esto no hubiera sido posible sin el apoyo de la señora Helen, de May, de la licenciada Liz Guillén y de la señora Karen Sweet.
All this would not be possible to actually have some bylaws in place with the help of Ms. Allen, Ms. Mai. And also revisions were made by Ms. Liz, our well-known lawyer here, Ms. Liz, and then Ms. Karen Sweat as well. She also helped us do the revisions on these bylaws. So that's why you have the final version in your hands.
Muchas gracias por todo su apoyo, por ayudarnos a seguir apoyando a nuestros estudiantes.
Thank you very much for all your support, for helping supporting our children, especially our EL students.
Buenas noches y que descansen.
Buenas noches. Thank you.
Good night, and que descansen. You have a good night. Also, I would like to invite you to our January 17th meeting at 5:30. That's our next DLAC meeting. I really want to encourage you to reach out to your sites because we really need representation of various sites at our DLAC. Attendance has been pretty good, but we still have those schools missing, especially now with everything that's happening. We really want to make sure that our families know that they're well supported and have their leadership roles in the DLAC. I want to commend Ms. Mai that even though she said it in Hmong, but I heard DLAC and school site council. I said, yes, she's making that invitation. We really need those parents at DLAC We really need to make that difference, and our first step now is having those bylaws. DLAC has not had any current bylaws for the longest time. We had to really go through these and kind of make sure that this will be a fair for all. So we are asking to have your final approval on these bylaws so we can put them in place and put them into action. Thank you.
Thank you. 8 program, Indian education. Very well. Superintendent's report.
Thank you. We've had a very long agenda tonight, so I'll keep my remarks brief. First, I want to welcome our 2 new board members. As active members of our school community, you have already proven to be champions with families and the children that we serve. I look forward to the energy, commitment, experience that you bring to your new roles. I also want to thank all the board members for their commitment to making all of our schools safe places for all of our children. The presidential election revealed deep divides in our country, but despite these divisions, we are united as a community and are resolved to protect and support children and families. Finally, with the winter break quickly approaching, I want to wish all of our hardworking employees a restful and happy holiday season. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Very well, thank you. President's report. Well, I will make my committee appointments when we do the 11.8, so I'll save that for then. But I want to thank my fellow board members for your support and vote for president. I hope that I do a wonderful job and expect that I'll hear from you otherwise if I go off track. Please do it privately. It'll be appreciated. We're going to have a big year in front of us for 2017. I think the unexpected federal election is going to have an impact on our school district and other school districts. And I think if the federal government tells us that unless we accept vouchers and put a voucher program in place, that we're going to lose federal funding, could force funding cuts on us through a lot of other different mechanisms. If we look at the immigration battles that have been promised, we could have a rocky road in front of us. I'm empowered because of the board members that are sitting up here with me and the staff that we have at this district. And I know that we're all going to have to be working together to make sure that we keep this a place that's friendly and supportive of our students. So I have a feeling that's going to be kind of unforeseen, but part of the work that will be in front of me as president. And those of you who know me know I like a fight, so that would be a good fight because it's one that's a noble fight that we should all be in together. I'm looking forward to making more of our committees standing committees. I think that's very important. So the budget committee and the governance and policy committee, I'm going to ask that the governance and policy committee be merged into one committee and both of those be created as standing committees. Our board will have 2 retreats a year. I think that's really important for us. I want to build on what Christina did before. I think that's important and it's good for our board cohesion and it's good for our students in our district. I look forward to better community and local government coordination. We've done a great effort with our city government and county government. I think that's paid dividends for our district and I think it will continue to do so. We've got excellent partners and Mayor-elect Steinberg and our council members and our supervisors, and really we're all serving the same people in the city. They're all paying the same taxes to 3 different groups. If you add that money together, it's almost $6 billion a year. So when we coordinate our work together, we can really provide a lot more services for our community and not be duplicative. And I think there's a lot of things there that we can continue to build on. I'm excited about that. I want to increase the power of our LCAP committee. I think that's something that needs to be done. I've heard from a lot of members of the LCAP in the past, and I think we need to make that a more meaningful process. And I'd like to have one of our board members be a representative on the LCAP committee at each meeting. I'd like to have one board member present so we can discuss that. I'd like to increase the number of bilingual education programs that we have in this district. I think that's really important. It's something that parents want and I think benefits the students, and I think we'd have increase student enrollment, we increase our district being a destination district. Those are the kinds of things that are going to drive the enrollment growth that we're already seeing. That's exciting, and I think I've got several schools that would be interested, and I'd like to work with my fellow board members on increasing that and hearing, where you would like to do that in your schools and work with your principals. And finally, the reason that I wanted to be on the school board in the first place was to increase career technical education, to increase civics education, and to increase our graduation rates. So those are going to be the three things that I'm really going to focus on personally. Again, it's hard to stay focused on items sometimes, but I'm going to really work on looking at doing that. And never before have I seen, the civics education incredibly important. That's how we create power. That's how we educate people that they are the government. I'll say it a lot this year, but we're volunteer board members up here, just like all of you are volunteers by being here tonight and the nights that you're here and helping your community. We need to teach people that that's a proper role, and everybody has a voice. Anyone can be sitting up here or in any of the other elected places that we serve. The government is us, so we need to make sure that students learn that. And career technical education, I think there's a big role for that, and it's got a growing role, and that's an important way for people to learn, and I think that's really important for us to do. So I'm looking forward to this year. I appreciate the support once again, and we'll now go to our student member report. Member Rosas.
I have a really short and sweet report today. So since the last school board meeting, Student Advisory Council has held its November 30th Youth Council meeting. In the last Wednesday's meeting, we introduced a speaker and new team building exercises to increase engagement. We surveyed school representatives after the meeting and found that they all extremely enjoyed our new implementations and would love for them to continue. In our executive meetings, we have been focusing tremendously on our third initiative. We have now focused on a target audience, created a mission statement, and are working out the logistics so we could present our initiative to the Youth Development Department in January and get approval from them, after which we will announce our third initiative publicly, and our next meeting will be held on November 18th. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, yes? Oh, yeah?
Just kidding, January 18th. Sorry about
wonderful.
that.
No problem. There was room for an amendment on that. 10.6, information sharing by board members. Do I see nobody? Oh, there we go. Member Wu?
Just want to say that thank you, board members, for coming down to San Francisco, participating in the annual education conference put on by the California School Board Association. I had the privilege of moderating a panel regarding the summer in the city with our Jesse Ryan leading the discussion, and then participating with participating on Men's Leadership Academy and the Women's Leadership Academy. I'm drawing a blank already. With Stacy. Thank you.
Wonderful. Okay. Seeing no others, we will move on to 11.2, Resolution 2913. I'd call up Jack Kramer, Jim Shevin.
Good evening, Board President Hansen, esteemed board members, and a special welcome to new board members Vang, and I would say Minnick, but he can see it on the recording, I suppose. Let's see, and also Superintendent Bonda, he can, I suppose, see that on the video as well. My name is Jack Kramer, and I am the Director of Innovative Schools and Charter Oversight. Tonight, I will be facilitating a statutorily compliant board action for the charter renewal of St. Hope Public Schools, Public School 7. We will use the same process that was used for Capital Collegiate Academy and California Montessori Project used last school year. To my left, I have lead petitioner, Mr. Jim Scheibel. He is the Chief Advancement Officer for St. Hope Public Schools, and he may be saying a few words after my presentation. To my right, I have Mr. Ed Scalar, outside legal counsel, Lozano Smith. Tonight's presentation will entail an overview of PS7, the district's charter review team, the minimum standard for charter renewal, as well as the criteria to deny a charter renewal, staff's recommendation, staff's analysis, and finally we will conclude with staff's recommendation. PS7, they've been in operation for 13 years with an establishment date of June 2003. Their 2015-16 enrollment was 585 as a K-8 school. PS7 is located on two separate district facilities. PS7 Elementary, serving students in kindergarten through 5th. They reside at 5201 Strawberry Lane. PS7 Middle, serving students from 6th through 8th grade. They reside at 2315 34th Street. PS7 is an independent charter. Their renewal petition was submitted on September 26, 2016. Public hearing was held at our last board meeting on November 17. Their current charter expires this upcoming June 30th, 2017. The district's charter review team, we are comprised of 16 from the district along with outside legal counsel Ed Scalar. Among our team, we have experts in each of their respective elements, and they review the petition through those lenses. Per Ed Code 47605, the minimum standard for charter renewal is that the charter school shall meet at least one of the following criteria before receiving a charter renewal. One, the charter school must attain an academic performance index, API growth target, or two, statewide API ranking in deciles 4 to 10, three, similar schools API with a ranking in deciles 4 to 10, or the charter school must show that they have academic performance that is at least equal to the academic performance of the school that the student would have otherwise attended had they not attended PS7. Per Ed Code 47605 and 47607, in order to deny a charter renewal, the governing board, they must find written factual findings setting forth specific facts to support one or more of the below 6 findings. Additionally, the district shall consider increases in student academic achievement across all the subgroups served by that charter school. That must be considered the most important factor. The 6 criteria to deny a charter renewal: number 1, the charter school presents an unsound educational program. 2, the charter school is demonstrably unlikely to successfully implement the program. The renewal petition does not contain the necessary affirmations. The renewal petition does not contain a declaration regarding exclusive employer status. The renewal petition does not contain reasonably comprehensive descriptions of the 15 elements. And finally, number 6, the petition does not include evidence that the charter school met one of the 4 required academic performance criteria. And those 4 criteria, they were listed in the slide before. It is the staff's analysis that PS7 does have a sound educational program. The charter school has demonstrated that they can successfully implement the program. The renewal petition does contain the necessary affirmations as well as status regarding exclusive employer. The renewal petition contains reasonably comprehensive descriptions of the 15 elements. And finally, the petition includes evidence that the charter school did meet more than one of the 4 required elements. It is the Charter Review Team's recommendation for the board to adopt Resolution 2913 to approve the charter renewal for St. Hope Public Schools, Public School 7.
So good evening again, board members, and congratulations, President Hansen, and also congratulations to Member Ryan for getting reelected and re-sworn in, I think is the right word perhaps, and Member Pritchett as well, and also welcome Member Minnick and Member Vang, and then I would be remiss to acknowledge a thank you to Member Arroyo and Member Rodriguez as well. So if you read through the charter petition, you might have seen that one of the pillars at St. Hope and PS7 is more time, and I want to compliment the board on modeling that tonight. You can see our crowd has dwindled quite significantly since then. So what we're going to do is try to make this as quick as possible. I don't have a presentation, just a few thank yous. And I think that in the review process and working with the district over the last 5 years and then through this process, we've definitely seen a heightened collaboration, which has been beneficial to us and our kids, and I think will be beneficial to the district. We look forward to the next 5 years of that. And in the interest of board member sustainability, we'll conclude with that. We have no public comments, and I will not need to speak during the SACI presentation, but will be available for questions during both as well. So thank you again for your time. I really appreciate it, and looking forward to hearing any thoughts or questions that may come in the discussion.
Thank you. We have any public comment? No public comment. Do we have any board questions or comment? Member Cochran?
So this evening there have been a lot of truth and a lot of discussion, and I actually have prepared a brief written statement because I think it's very important that this be said. So it was about 13 years ago that Sac City gave St. Hope the right to use Sacramento High School to create an independent charter school. In doing so, this board's predecessors declared they weren't able to educate the children of Oak Park and East Sacramento, and we lost a comprehensive high school. The board gave up on educating this part of our community. St. Hope's good intentions and philosophy are laudable. I'm thankful it's a not-for-profit charter school. Its success with some students is very good, but I will not vote to support St. Hope schools, and I cite sketchy data on academic achievement, no meaningful follow-through data about remediation statistics or rates for the last 10 years, poor parent communication, and strict codes of conduct that are not helpful in educating the whole child. These are requirements that push out students that do not meet their behavioral or academic standards. Some of my colleagues on the board will state, well, it's the law to approve St. Hope, and that they've met the criteria to continue, but I believe they have not. St. Hope is not a beacon of academic achievement. Community and parent relations are not exemplary, and it does not have programs that support the needs of all public school students. If you decide to approve this charter, be very sure you understand who charter schools hold hands with, especially the for-profit charters. Hedge fund managers, entrepreneurs, and billionaires, not educators. President-elect Donald Trump is heavily aligned with charter schools. He plans to take $20 billion in existing federal educational expenditures into block grant states, which they could then use for vouchers for religious schools, charter schools, and private schools. These are funds that currently subsidize public schools that enroll large numbers of poor students, EL students, special ed students. Charters are aligned with right-wing think tanks, Republican governors and legislatures. Charters receive funding from Walmart, the Eli Broad Foundation, ex-Enron leader John Arnold, the homophobic voucher-supporting proposed Secretary of Education from Donald Trump, and most embarrassingly, and many of you are too young to remember this, but for those of us who are of a certain age, Michael Milken, the convicted Wall Street financier who is the epitome of greed, and hundreds of the country's wealthiest citizens. These are not organizations or people that value public service, public institutions, or the goals of public education. They want to privatize schools because it's profitable. Now, I'm glad for the success of some of St. Hope's students, and I really do recognize the hard work that is put in and the dedication of most of the employees. But it represents a flawed plan to destroy public education. And as a trustee and elected representative for public education, I cannot vote for this charter renewal. And I remind you, as we all know, we're headed into a very dramatic and contentious year. And remember who holds hands with charter schools.
I see no other board comments. Do I have a motion? Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstain? Okay, very well. The charter has passed. Item 11.3. Step on up. Hey, okay, right there.
Round two.
Okay.
Welcome back, Superintendent Bonda. Let's see, for this charter renewal, we will follow the same process that we just did for PS7. And once again, this is for St. Hope Public Schools, Sacramento Charter High School. The contents of this presentation is the same as the last. Sacramento Charter High School, they have been in operations for 13 years as well. Their establishment date was July 2003. 2015-16 enrollment was 949 students. They are located on district-owned property at 2315 34th Street. They are an independent charter. Their petition was submitted on September 26, 2016. Public hearing was held at the last board meeting, November 17. Their current charter, it expires June 30, 2017. We have the same outstanding charter review team for the Sacramento Charter High School petition as we did with PS7. Once again, the minimum standards for charter renewal, it is the same. And the criteria to deny a charter renewal is the same. With that, Sacramento Charter High School, their school does present a sound educational program for the students. The charter school has demonstrated that they can successfully implement the program. The renewal petition does contain the necessary affirmations as well as exclusive employer status. The renewal petition contains reasonably comprehensive descriptions of the 15 elements. And finally, the petition contains evidence that the charter school met more than one of the 4 required academic elements. I'm remiss in mentioning that for the minimum charter renewal, they did meet 2 of the 3 API requirements, as well as fared favorably against the comparison schools of the district. With that, it is the recommendation of the charter review team to the board to adopt resolution 2914 to approve the charter renewal for St. Hope Public Schools, Sacramento Charter High School.
Okay, public comment.
Yes, we have one, Darlene Anderson.
Ms. Anderson, come on down.
Darlene Anderson, a lot of times people like to forget the past or retell the past the way they see it. But quite frankly, Sacramento High School was a neighborhood school, and there had quite a few African Americans there. The problem was that a lot of kids were being bussed in School of the Arts, and a lot of people were taking advantage of the small schools. Well, when it came time to present the data to the state, there was no data because people were taking that data of the failed students and sticking it in the garages, and those kids were going to jail. So Sacramento really hasn't changed their behavior and who they support. That school was in the heart of Oak Park, where a lot of African Americans lived and were not successful. Kevin agreed to take the school, and that ended the investigation. He took the school, and the school did turn around for some kids. But you had to have a level, I'm sure, because that's the same thing in this district. You have to be at a level to move forward. And if you're not, then willful defiance can put you out the door. Quite frankly, when I look at Sacramento, I look at Elk Grove, and all my nieces and nephews graduated from Elk Grove high schools, and they went to 4-year, and then they went to additional 2-year, and they got degrees. What is happening here that it's not happening? I don't know. I can't explain it. I know that I went to Kennedy High School, and at the time I was there, people were protesting when we moved here in 71. Didn't want African-American kids coming from over the tracks over at that school. I don't believe the mentality has really changed. There are certain students who are just not desired in this district. So, if charter is the way it has to go, then I would suggest every parent pull their kid and put them in a charter. Failure is not the option. We're living in 2016. We came from slavery. At least historically, the historical past was slavery was embraced in this country. And we are back there simply because we have a bunch of uneducated people who need to be incarcerated to teach them some basic skills. So either you get it in the public school system, because that's the offer of FAPE, that's what California has to offer, is an offer of FAPE, whether it be behavior or educational or academic, it is the school's choice. And I encourage parents to go down the road of basic education so we can be active community members. Thank you.
Thank you. No other public comment. Member Ryan.
I just have one brief comment. I know that we're nearing the witching hour. I want to appreciate Jim Scheibel for being so transparent in the multiple data questions that I had. I know that when we had our last meeting, I pointed out some areas where I frankly think there could be growth, and growth that is much needed for the benefit of our students. I also want to, re-emphasize the conversation I've had with you and the email exchange that in the past, I believe SAC High had a stronger relationship with our parent community. And so I know that you have committed as part of the work moving forward to include that parent voice in your WASC accreditation, and also to have honest conversations about what the breakages were around the school and parent relationship. That being said, I want to acknowledge that even in our district traditional public schools, we struggle to engage parents at the level we need to. And so when I say I want you to do better, it's because all of our students deserve us to put the best foot forward, and parent engagement is key to student achievement. And so I certainly will be holding you accountable to that, and I look forward to seeing what you do moving forward, working with the parent community.
Member Wu.
I will move the item.
Member Cochran. I'm sorry. Did you have a comment?
Yes, I'd like to actually thank Darlene Anderson. Most of the time when Darlene comes up, I'm in 100% agreement with her. And I'd also like to point out that this is, St. Hope is a not-for-profit charter school, which is a very different thing from the for-profit, but unfortunately the two are linked together in the movement to privatize public education. For the record, the leader of St. Hope is a supporter of vouchers and split with the Democratic Party because of it. And she met with President-elect Donald Trump and was considered for the job. He gave it to the homophobic, voucher-supporting proposed Secretary of State. So it's facts. And this is a time of struggle in our country on many issues. I am a strong supporter of public education. Keep your eyes and ears open. Thank you.
I heard a motion. Do I hear a second? Just press your button. Absolutely. Member Vang.
The white button? White button and then the red to speak.
Okay, so 13 years ago, I was a high school student at Sacramento High. I am a strong believer of public education, no doubt. But what I would also like to share is that I do remember my experience at Sac High had it not been for Ms. Crowder, who worked with me every Tuesday and Thursday till 11 o'clock at night. I had gone through, me and my cohort, we had gone through, 10, 13 English teachers. And I actually remember being a student speaking for the charter school, not knowing the politics, but I knew we needed change. And looking back on it now, I want folks to know that the reason why I'm voting today is because I believe in some level of choice. For example, we have an independent charter school, Yape Shua. I can't say no to my parents. I have students that I mentor that goes to school at Sac High who are at Sac State now in the Department of Ethnic Studies. And they tell me the kind of experience they have at Sac High. I can't say no to those students and those parents. And so for me, this is a really tough decision. But I also believe, the reason why charter school started was to be an incubator, right? To have best practices. But what's concerning to me is also we haven't translated that into our traditional public school settings. And that's also very problematic for me because if we continue to approve charters, right, and they do well, what are we doing with our traditional public schools, right? And so I am torn. But at the end of the day, my focus is always on our students and families. Politics aside, I can't say no to my parents who send their kids to Yape Shua or Sac High. And I'm going to stand by my parents and my students. And that's the reason why I'm voting yes for the charter school, for Sacramento High's charter school.
Okay, seeing no other comments, we've had a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstain? Thank you very much. The charter is granted. $11.4.
Good evening, President Hansen, members of the board, and Superintendent Banda. Before I start with the presentation with the audit report, I want to give public thanks to Amari Watkins, Director of Accounting, and former Director of Fiscal Services, Michael Smith, and the staff, as well as our internal auditor, Karen Weicker, for the work that we did during this year to complete this audit report. Mr. Matt Netaway, he's a CPA, and he's the partner with Crow Howard. He has been auditing school districts for over 20 years in County Office of Education. He also works very close with the state and in CASBO, so he will present the audit report.
Thank you very much. Thank you for allowing me just a few moments of your time to highlight some of the areas related to the independent audit that my firm performed for the school district. First, I'd like to let you know that we are here to present the results directly to you because it is important for us to have that direct communication and dialogue and allow you the opportunity to ask questions of us about the audit process or the audit report. It's a very, very substantial document. There's over 120 pages that are in the audit report at this point in time. And it is management's financial statements. Our call is to actually look at the data and the information and ultimately render an opinion on the financial statements to allow for additional credibility to the financial information. What I'd like to do is start by opening to page 93. And the reason why I wanted to share page 93 with you is because it presents a very good summary of the work that we've done, again, on your behalf. There are three main areas related to an audit: financial statement audit, federal awards, and state awards. And for each of those, we issue an opinion. First, I'll start by letting you know that we have issued an unmodified opinion on the financial statements themselves. We have indicated that the financial statements are fairly presented. This is exactly what you'd be looking for when you open the audit report. This is the best type of opinion and what you'd like to see. We also indicate that there are no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies or non-compliance that we noted during the audit of the financial statements. Again, exactly what you'd be looking for. The next section is federal awards. Again, we've issued an unmodified opinion on federal awards. We had no significant deficiencies and no material weaknesses to report. It also lets you know which programs we actually took a look at in the current year. It gives you an opportunity to track those over time. Finally, the last area that we have is state awards. And we do have a qualified opinion on state awards, and I'll share with you in just a moment the reason for that in the work that we've done. Next, I'd like to draw your attention to page 79. 79 is a page where we present any changes to financial information that we've made during the course of our audit work. The reason I wanted to draw your attention to this page is because there is a significant item on there that is required to be presented. However, I wanted to kind of illustrate what that is for you. During the current year, we took another look back at the Governmental Accounting Standards Board statements, as well as the California School Board Accounting Manual. And through that review and analysis, and looking at some of the updated information that's been coming out in the last couple of years, we determined that the presentation related to the retiree benefits needed to change a little bit. There were two components to that. One of the components was a irrevocable trust that the district has entered into through the state of California, the CalPERS Retirement Trust. And the other was monies that the district has set aside within the general ledger, within the county treasury, for future benefit payments for retirees. These changes simply relocated or changed the geography of where these amounts are recorded in the financial statements. The first, the irrevocable trust, those monies are still sitting in the irrevocable trust, and they're still sitting there for the benefit and payment for retirees. They're just not recorded in the district's annual audited financial statements. And again, that's in accordance with GASB. The second piece, the monies that aren't in the irrevocable trust, but that have been earmarked for future payment of those benefits, instead of being recorded in the retiree benefits trust, are really supposed to be recorded in the general fund. So we've made adjustment for that through the audit process. Again, the monies are still sitting in the county treasury. They're still earmarked for the benefit of those future payments. Just the reporting for those in the annual audited financial statements needed to change. And so that was the reason for those changes that you see there on that page. Finally, I'd like to turn back to page 94. The 94 starts all the findings and recommendations that we have as a result of our audit. Again, I've already indicated we had no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies, but we had a couple of items that we wanted to bring to your attention and also to bring forward to management. The first one has to do with Associated Student Body. And we spent a lot of time going out and interacting with site personnel and going through a number of sites to talk with them about the practices related to Associated Student Body. Through our work and through those interviews and work that we did, we had some recommendations that we're making, and so all of those recommendations are included there starting on page 94. Also, I mentioned that we had a qualified opinion on state compliance, and I think it's important to explain to you what that is. When it comes to state compliance, there's a requirement that anything that we find in relation to the work that we've done has to be reported in the audit report. And so if you will look on page 98, you'll see an instance where we found one student who was counted for attendance that shouldn't have been counted for attendance according to the work that we've performed. A very, very, very insignificant item in relation to the overall audit of the district, but because there was one item, we are required to report it, and that's what creates that qualification in the audit report. We also had one other area that we were working on with management related to unduplicated local control funding formula pupil counts, and continue to work with them on implementing the recommendations we've made in relation to those pupil counts. Again, I meant to keep my remarks very brief. I did go over in time, but I want to make sure I answer any questions you have about the audit process or the results of the audit.
Do we have any questions? I have one if no one else does. I'm curious on page 79 when you were talking about the retiree funds and the earmarked future funds. I understand the funds that are in our the irrevocable trust. What's the approximate dollar amount for those? And then tell me about, this, because I understand it's much less than the 47 million that's there, but then I want to know, do we have, you mentioned that we had earmarked future funds for retiree benefits in the county treasury. I didn't understand that.
As of today, we have about $36.7 million in our CalPERS trust. So
you said 36.7?
Yeah. So this number is as of June today. So we have done other deposits since then. So as of today, that's how much we have that.
Okay, and then what are the rest of the funds then? What are the other $11 million? Do we have money sitting someplace else that we're mentioned? The county treasury?
Mr. Nataway responded they are part of they were in the retired fund with the county treasurer as we have all the other resources.
So is that money that we're using to pay for retirees, like current money that we're using to pay retirees today? Or do we have money set aside for future use?
Those are the monies that we use as pay as we go.
Pay as we go. So that's the pay as we go money. Okay, I just wanted to be clear about that. 36.7. That's good. All right, thank you. I don't have any other comments. Member Ryan.
Thank you. So I have a question about the audit on page 120. So you find that we had a deficiency in our unduplicated local control funding formula pupil counts. So it says that we had originally estimated close to 72%. The actual revision should be 71.49, and the resulting fiscal impact is a reduction of LCFF revenues that are approximately, nearly $500 million. So I want to ask, one, help me to better understand what was the sample size of the audit that led you to determine this deficiency in accounting? And then, Gerardo, I would like to know, from your standpoint, what is the process moving forward to ensure that we don't have that again? Because a nearly $500 million reduction in revenue has real impact in the classroom and is of grave concern.
Yeah, so for this particular area, every single school site that we look at for attendance, we also required to test for the unduplicated pupil count. So there were over 20 school sites that we visited that we sampled across. Some of the errors that you saw were at multiple school sites, and that's the reason for the extrapolation in total. The audit guide requires that you do that extrapolation. I could get the exact number from our work papers, but I want to say there was close to 1,000 individual items that were looked at, and we spent about 6 to 7 months of time going through different records with the district, ensuring that we were looking at all of the pieces of information that we needed to consider to ultimately determine what the impact was going to be of this.
Are you able to, based upon your experience as an auditor, say how Sac City would stack up against another school district that finds discrepancies in their unduplicated pupil count? In other words, is this percentage, this margin of error, on par with what happens when you're auditing other school districts, or is this an unusual amount?
Yeah, so certainly our experiences vary. We have lots of different size school districts that we work with. Among the larger school districts where we find this is a very low number of incidents that we found. The total, I think, was 11 items that we found across all of the different areas and all the different sites that we looked at. So from a magnitude standpoint of what we see, this would be a very low level magnitude or finding related to unduplicated pupil count. Certainly the dollars are very important and the impact of it is very important, but the magnitude of what we were looking at in the year itself was on a lesser scale.
So then, Gerardo, back to my earlier question. So recognizing that this is going to result in a significant reduction in revenue, what are we doing as a district to create additional safeguards at the school site level moving forward?
So since this finding, we can have a total of about like 10 meetings. And so we're going to use this data to learn. You will notice that they were mentioned over 1,000 samples, and there are 6 students that we will not be able to prove to the auditors that they qualify for free and reduced. So we're going to emphasize, we're going to learn how important data is. Even six students for the district overall, it cost us $500,000. So we are working, it's a group effort, but because this one comes really all the way from the school size, who serve our students, all the way to our reporting to CALPA. So we're working very close with technology, the educationals, IRIS, Elio and I and our staff. We have about total of 10 meetings, and you will see what we're doing for next. We are also verifying, so the different departments, even before that we submit, we're going to test on a sample. We say we're going to test district-wide schools. we will test at least 5% district-wide from different schools before we submit the data. Even though we have reporting, we will do some additional testing, and we are setting some controls for that. So this is it's a very painful finding. You know, we're just like 6 students out of over 1,000 they test. That's how data is important. So that's why we have been talking for a long time. And so that's what we're doing. We are going to set some controls that before we submit is going to be more review in terms of from the different departments. So I know this is an effort from different teams, nutrition service, English language department. So it applies for this district-wide. Thank you.
No other questions. We will move on to 11.5. Thank you.
There's one comment on this item.
On 11.4?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Grace Trujillo.
My apologies, Grace.
Good evening, members of the board and Superintendent Banda. You know, I think one of the key things, I went back and looked at the audit, you know, and I think it took me a couple of years to figure out that this particular audit, it just oversees areas that sometimes are the duplicate or the different fundings for the PTO. I think what needs to happen is more of an audit of invoices to see if some of these invoices, because just like there's cuts throughout the district for teachers and counselors and all the different criteria, you also need to see some of these checks that are being made, are they legitimate? You know, are there corporations being formed where certain payments are being done? You know, because that's a lot of money too that could be going out. You know, we're dealing with a budget of $500 million. So I, as an individual, would look into that because that's money that could be looked for parents, for kids, for teachers, and everything. I know some of these budgets are just to follow the gap, and I understand that, and I know that was one of the key things for Diana that she would always bring up. You know, sometimes spending additional money to make sure that some of these invoices and money being paid and contracts that are being formed are correct. Because that's a lot of money that could be used for children. I know charter schools and other nonprofits are always being done these particular types of audits to make sure there's a compliance in those particular areas. As I mentioned before, it's just like there's posting, you know, issues. If you had at one point 10 individuals doing transactions entering these, and now you're down to 4, that's where some of your money could go to as well too. So thank you.
Thank you. No other public comment. Thank you. Thank you very much, Gerardo. 11.5.
Good evening, President Hansen, members of the board, and Superintendent Banda. One more time, our next item is we will present to you the first interim. This is the data information as of October 31st. The goal of the presentation is to provide our board and the community an update about what are our financial situation and also to comply with Education Code 42130. We will explain in detail what the ECO 42130 really means. We will also go over the summary of the general fund. We will review an enrollment and area analysis. We will review our multi-year forecast and fiscal condition. Education 42130 serves as an early warning signs. It says that the district must certify either as positive, qualified, or negative. Positive means that we are able to meet our financial obligations for current year +2. Qualify is that we are able to meet our obligations for current year, but we might not be able to meet obligations for the following 2 years. And negative is that we are not able to meet the obligations current year in the following 2 years. The certification for tonight is a positive. Where do our revenues come from? Out of total revenues of 506, you will notice that 90% come from the state. That's the local control funding formula, that includes property taxes and the other state revenue. What does this mean is we depend greatly on the state revenues. The state has a very volatile sources. They go up and down for a few years. Volatile is the opposite of stable, so we need to be very careful in our planning. What are the changes in revenues from the adopted budget to the first interim? You will notice that our revenues are very consistent from the adopted budget to the first interim, except for the other state revenue, where the other state revenue that includes carryover for the emergency repair fund for 11 million, as well as 2.4 million that was not included in the adopted budget. So those are the biggest changes in the other state revenues. So we just discussed revenues. How about our expenditures? Our unrestricted expenditures, we can usually for any legal purposes. Out of the 317 million, 89% of those are for salaries and benefits. What is the changes in expenditures for the unrestricted fund? You will also notice that they're very consistent. There's one change that we have is in salaries and benefits due for attrition. So our restricted expenditures are those funds that we can only spend for a specific purpose and often have legal requirements. Salaries and benefits 58%. Our operation expenses are $38.7 million. Out of that, $31 million are for special ed and after-school programs. The changes in restricted funds, you will notice that are more significant than the unrestricted, and that is it's actually very normal because they are restricted programs that we need to apply the carryover. So 11 million that we mentioned in the revenue was already included for the emergency repair funds in 15-16, but those projects were not completed after July 1st. Therefore, we moved those in here, and also the 2.1 million for the CTA program. So another way to look at expenditures is by function. Function is activities to accomplish a goal. You know, the goal is teaching, and instructions are the function. So we have total about 81% of our total expenditures are related to instructional support is 73 plus 8% for pupil services. That includes counselors, social workers, nurses. So 81% of our expenditures are related to instructional support. You will also notice that general administration is about 4%. We do have one of the lowest administration costs in the county for general administration, and those includes the other positions that are here, the CERNA, the Board of Education. So in enrollment ADA analysis, since 2004, we have been in declining enrollment in the ADA. This is so important because the majority of the funding comes from this source. The good news is that our declining is not as steep anymore, but we're still projecting declining enrollment of about 100 students for the following two years. Perhaps the most important slide of our presentation is this slide. You will notice that our revenue, this is a multi-year projection, so this is not about this year, but the following 2 years. Their revenues and other sources are increasing very slightly. However, our budget expenditures and transfer out are increasing significantly. We actually have a deficit spending for the following 2 years. And why is this happening is because the governor has paid the wall of debt that he owed us for decades before, so we do not expect an ongoing one-time funds. So we need to be, we still have, be able to certify positive, but it's just a matter of a year where this could change if we don't plan carefully. So this following slide will show an explanation what is the one-time funds and our increasing costs. So.
What could Sacramento City Unified accomplish if runaway costs were brought under control? In the next 2 years, increases in the costs of health benefits and pension payments will total $34 million. What could SCUSD do with $34 million? Hire 90 additional teachers, lowering class sizes in grades K through 3 to 20 to 1, teaching an additional 1,800 students. Hire 56 additional bilingual teaching assistants for elementary and K through 8 schools, providing critical extra support for English learners. Hire 10 additional counselors, giving high school students more access to college counseling by lowering each counselor's caseload by 60 students. Or hire more custodians, nurses, social workers, special ed aides, or computer support technicians. Unfortunately, costs beyond the district's control continue to skyrocket. Without reducing costs, the district will face years of budget shortfalls. Does the district have money in reserve to cover these deficits? Not really. The district's reserve is mostly made up of one-time funds. What are one-time funds? One-time money is like an inheritance. Ongoing revenue is like a paycheck that arrives every month. SCUSD's reserve of one-time money is the result of the state paying back schools for funds shifted away during the Great Recession. There is no guarantee that the state will give school districts more one-time funds in the future. In coming years, SCUSD will need every available dollar in reserve to balance the budget and protect schools when the state's economy inevitably slows down. You can advocate for responsible spending today by keeping informed. Together, we can make our schools better for every student, every day. Visit www.scusd.edu/budget to learn more.
I want to thank Janet for her help in getting this video. So our fiscal condition for tonight for the first room is a positive. In order to do that, we are required to show we had adequate reserves for 3 years down the road. I want to make a point for the board and the community that, as a reminder that most of our financial planning mistakes in school districts, if we look at study school districts, happen really not during tough times, but when we think it's a good times because we have to think about multi-year planning. Yes, we need to focus in our current students, and we are not in the business of making money. That's for sure. But yes, 4 years ago we were almost negative, and to the previous members who were here before, it's very difficult paying cuts, but because we do not have adequate reserves. At this point, I'm available to answer any questions, and thank you for your time.
Do we have any public comment?
Yes, we do. We have 3 public comments, and they are from Carl Pinkston, Bob Hammis, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, and Grace Trujillo.
Madam President?
Yes.
As they're coming up to the podium, may I move to extend the time of the meeting from 11:16 to midnight?
Do I have a second? So we are moving to extend the meeting from 11:16 to midnight. All those in favor? Aye. Okay, motion passes.
Good evening, and it's a deep evening at that. I want to speak on the question of the first interim, and particularly for new board members, and also to reiterate for old board members who've been around. Your budget is a reflection of your priorities, not financial stability. I understand from Gerardo's point of view, that is his main and fundamental task. But from a board task, it is a question of whether or not your priorities are reflective of the academic performance and providing the highest quality of education. To do that means where you're going to put the weight of your allocation of your resources. So is it going to be the reserve in a future maybe recession, or is it You want to be able to catch up the students who were painfully impacted in 2009, 10, and 11, and those of the board members who are around when all these teachers cuts and this impact was devastating. And I live where I work. Every day I look across, open the window, and I see the result of those young people who did not get an education because they dropped out of school and for a number of different reasons. But I think the one thing that Bob will be presenting is that we want you to take a look at your options in terms of where you would like to allocate your resources. I noticed in the interim report, and I looked at it a little differently in terms of the general fund. I noticed there were some increases in local revenue that I would like to know what that reflect. And I also noticed that in materials and supplies and general funds, because the picture you just saw was related to benefits, but I would like for you to actually take a look at whether or not the historical analysis actuals spending for material supplies justifies $20 million allocation. And it may be a reason for it, but 8 years I've heard why we have to have so much more money for material supplies, and then the report comes out next year on the actual, which was a lot less. So I just strongly suggest that to take a look at the interim report, and particularly in terms of where we want to be in class size reduction, professional development, early intervention.
Thank you.
Good evening, President Hansen, board members, Superintendent Banda. The name is Bob Hamas, and I'm with the Community Priority Coalition. I'm also with Making Sense Work. And we prepared this little report of ours on the interim budget. And, it's just an interim. It's not next year's budget. So we just made a few little changes just to show you that, as Carl said, what are your priorities? Sometimes after Gerardo's presentations, it almost feels like you don't have any choices. And we believe that you do have choices. Over the last few board meetings, we've heard different reports from different people about the Smarter Balance test results, and I'm sure you remember the number of students that were still below proficient in English and math was still a high number. We've heard reports about textbooks, that the great need we have, especially in our high schools, regarding very outdated textbooks. And, we believe that some of those things can be addressed right now. This isn't something that this district has made a lot of progress, even though we're only seeing little jumps in the success, and we don't want to see everything come to a screeching halt because of this huge fear of looming, liabilities down the future. Now, we're certainly not advocating going out and spending $30 million, but even 10% of the reserves or moving some of the money around to different categories, we believe some real progress can be made. Just real quick, option one, we just, taking some of that money that sits in books and supplies, you can have a balanced budget just by taking a little bit of money out of there and allocating it to places that are needed. Option two, we've just put a little bit of more money towards certificated salaries, just showing that we can absorb another small increase to our teachers' salaries to keep the district competitive so we can attract the best teachers that our students, desperately need. You can cut books and supplies and computers and everything, but if you have a really good qualified teacher in the classroom, we're going to have successful students. And as Carl mentioned, I know Gerardo will say some of this money in books and supplies is restricted, but often that simply means a plan hasn't been made to spend this money. It's not that you cannot spend it. So I'm not sure where the planning is to buy new textbooks, but we believe that those textbooks can start to be bought today, not having to wait for the future. And that's our main message is, this money that we received this year is to educate the students in those classrooms this year. And we want the board to make the best decisions for those students and to keep this district moving forward in a positive way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Grace Trujillo. And good evening, members of the board and Superintendent John Banda. I think one of the things I brought up earlier is the fact that I never usually go back and look at prior board meetings. But I kept on listening to some that happened, I guess, on October 20th. And I'm thinking, what are they talking about that particular board meeting? I wasn't able to come. Like I said, I'm only able to come to certain ones depending upon what's going on with my son. But one of the key things that I started focusing on that is the fact that the key thing for what Gerardo presented today and comparing it to that particular is history. I know for the past several years, I've been talking about, projections, about pensions, about healthcare, and how we need to prepare. Thank you, Gerardo, for doing it. Because I think in the last couple, it makes it so clear and evident for the people who work here. I guess because I spent half of my 6 years at Phoebe and at different schools seeing how hard people work and all the different things that they have to go through and the promises that sometimes are being made, but you don't know if you could fulfill those promises. I feel for those teachers. I feel for those principals. I feel for all the staff. But you have to make projections. And one of the key things is when I saw the unfunded liabilities of, I think it was 614, it only took into account the fact of right now if we were just to cut it. It does not take into account the people that are currently working into the system. Okay, so that $34 million is just for the current $614 million underfunded liabilities. It doesn't include for the people doing it. And that's another projection for you to do. Because I think that way for the people currently working. I told my husband, you know what? I'm going to pretend that I'm a teacher, that I'm going to be retiring. I guess I have a couple of friends that I know that are in the system. They're around the age of 38 to 40. And are those funds going to be there for them? These are the things that we need to make sure as a school that we're offering for these great potential teachers that are here working double shifts, and principals and secretaries and office assistants that are going to be funded and are promised these services. Because what's going to happen for the new ones coming in? I think it's very important. I know we could compare different amounts. We're looking at a $500 million budget. $22 million, at least for accounting, is immaterial. And reserves. We need to look for the bigger picture of where we're going to move Sacramento School District forward. And it's true. We have to go back and look at history. That's how I went back and look at our prior board member meetings to look at that. So as a parent, and as a parent that also believes in the voucher system, you have to give parents options. So let's make it right now, because we don't want to be in the voucher system unless you make those changes now. So thank you.
Well, thank you. No further public comments. Member Cochran.
Thank you. Could you turn to slide 12, please? So for myself to relearn and also for the public, reserve for economic uncertainties, that amount is set by whom?
Is the Reserve for Economic Uncertainties is set up by the state, and it is due to it changes versus based on the district or the school size of the district. So it's by the state.
It's a state and a formula.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So up above it is the anticipated ending fund balance, which is a fluctuating balance. Who determines what that amount is?
That is us.
Us meaning the board, meaning?
It's administration, the board, input from
Okay.
the county.
So how do we determine what percentage that fund balance is?
How we determine is the total expenditure. So this right here, it shows that the fund balance is the unrestricted, but it's the total expenditures that it will be the combined, the restricted, it's restricted and unrestricted. So that will be like the total expenditures from the. So this is this column right here. So that will be the $178 million plus the $370 million, and that's you will divide.
I'm sorry, Mr. Castillo, I'm on slide 12.
Right, but I think your question was how do we calculate that? So you add the total expenditures, and you divide it by this number. That's how you calculate the percentage.
So the anticipated ending fund balance is not a goal that we have?
It's not a goal. Well, we do have we want to go be like in the standards where more districts are. So we want to be on that range. That's our goal.
But aren't most districts required to follow the state formula, and don't we follow the state formula on the 20 million?
That's the minimum. So the Reserve for Economic Uncertainties, that's the minimum requirements that we need to have. So
Okay.
that's the minimum, not yes.
Right, and I totally get that, and I think that's great. But what I want to know is, how do we know how much to save in that column? Well, who determines that it's 67 million or maybe 57 million next year? Why do we hold that percent? Why aren't we spending that money?
So so it is it's not a science, but we need to look at current year and what our revenues are for the following 2 years. So that's a requirement that the County Office of Education asks us to look at. So as you will notice here, if we did not have that reserve, by next year we are automatically overspending due to increases in pensions and health benefits. So the county help us with that. So the County Office of Education help us with that.
So the county determines that, and they give you a formula?
So the county gives, they do not give us a formula, but they give us to all in Sacramento, they give us like a common message with all the districts so they can compare us similar to what we are the county.
Okay, thank you.
Any other board comment? If not, I'll entertain a motion to move this from conference to action. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstain? It's now in action. Do we have a motion to? Motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstain. Very well. Thank you very much. Now 11.6, the budget calendar.
Then is the budget calendar for 2017-18. Education Code 42127 requires that we have a budget calendar, so we have an adopted budget prior to July 1 of each year. The process of development a school district budget is ongoing. They must be approved by the board throughout the school year in order to develop a fiscal document that reflects the goals and objectives of the school district. It must be defined a work calendar. There are many processes during the year. This budget calendar mainly reflects those items that require board approval. So between those specific dates, there's a lot of work that is done. We just approved the first interim in the previous item, and also we present the audit report. And what are those things important? Because this is the first time where we look what our beginning balance will be for the following year. And in January, we will, for the first time, we will read the governor's budget proposal, and this is the first official document that we could use to make changes for the future budget. And we will also start our discussion for the LCFF and LCAP community meetings. And then in February, because we only have one meeting in January, we will present to you the January's proposal, and then we'll also look at the possible reductions for 2017-18. I want to emphasize that at this point in time, we are not projecting any reductions on the general fund. However, we have several one-time funds and grants that we need to review for possible changes and possible reductions. And in March, we need to review possible certificated layoffs. Unfortunately, in California, if we do not notify our certificated staff by March 15, even if we don't have those funds, we need to keep those teachers for us for the whole year. And we'll also be discussing the second interim in March. And in April, we have an additional month. If needed, we will also review the classified layoff notice. So in May, that's when the governor releases his May revised budget. As most districts in California, we will adopt our 2017 budget based on data that we have from the May revised. Oftentimes, it's very similar as the January. Oftentimes, sometimes changes, but we will notify the board and the community of possible adjustments if needed. In June, there's two different items. We're required to adopt the LCAP as in one meeting separate from the adopted budget. So our plan as of now is to adopt the LCAP first and the adopted budget, the final in June 15. So this is the beginning for the next development budget. We'll continue working with the Sacramento County Office of Education, and we need to provide a balanced budget for 2017 and 18. And this is a lot of community meetings. The LCAP is our guide to what are our main goals and objectives in the strategic plan. So we will continue work with the board, parents, and community, and our staff. And thank you for your attention. At this point in time, I'm available for answering any questions. We say 1 minute and a half.
Public comment?
Nope.
Any board comments? Yes. Yes. Member Pritchett?
Thank you, President Hansen. Let's have a ring. I have one question. In February, you have board budget update. Is that going to be a workshop that we can go over all of the one-time funds? Or is that just an update?
We could do that. I think last time we did a workshop, and that was very useful. I actually
I'm going to recommend to the board that be a workshop and that we review that.
We can do that. We can do that. So I think by this point in time we will have a lot of more information where the state is and that.
Great. Thank you. That was my only question.
Thank you.
Any other board comments? Seeing none, do I have a motion? And the second, all in favor? Opposed? Abstained? Very well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dr. Iris Taylor, Matt, and Joe. Thanks for hanging out with us.
So I'll go ahead and start. Well, the PowerPoint is coming up. Good evening, Board President Hansen, Superintendent Banda, and members of the board, and welcome to our new board members. Tonight, my name is Iris Taylor. I'm the Chief Academic Officer, and tonight we're here to share with you again the district's plan for the College Readiness Block Grants. I'm joined tonight by Matt Turkey, our Assistant Superintendent of Curriculum Instruction, and Joe Stymus, our Director of College and Career Readiness. So we'll first provide an overview of the College Readiness Block Grant, and then share with you the major components of the district's plans, how we will measure effectiveness, and then outline our next steps. As a reminder, the College Readiness Block Grant is one-time funding, and is allocated to by the state based on our unduplicated student counts for students in grades 9 through 12. The grant funds must be used by June 30th, 2019, and the funds are designed to serve students in grades 9 through 12 and increase the number of students, particularly those determined by our unduplicated student count, who pursue undergraduate degrees and complete them within 4 years. The plan has to align to the LCAP. It has to address how the needs of unduplicated students will be met and how the impact of the activities will be measured. This slide shows the budget that we'll be receiving, or we've received. It's a little over $1.4 million. And just to note that our dependent charter schools have each received an allocation of $75,000, which is the minimum amount that a school can receive. I'm going to turn this over to Matt to share with you the data.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor, and good evening, Board President Hanson, Superintendent Banda, and members of the board. My name is Matt Turkey, Assistant Superintendent of Curriculum and Instruction, and I will be presenting AP and CASP level data as indicators of college readiness. The first graph shows the percent of 12th grade students enrolled in AP classes over the past 3 years. Overall, we've seen a slight rise. The percentage of African American, Asian, Hispanic, and white students taking AP courses have all risen. The percentage of EL, socioeconomically disadvantaged, and foster students taking AP courses, however, have all fallen, and opportunity gaps continue to persist there. The next graph shows the percent of students who've scored a 3 or above in the AP exams over the past 3 years. Overall, we've seen a significant rise. The percentage of Asian, socioeconomically disadvantaged, and foster students scoring at least a 3 have all risen. The percentage of African American, Hispanic, white, and EL students scoring at least a 3 have all fallen. Once again, opportunity gaps continue to exist. Our next graph shows percentages of students who met or exceeded standards expectations in the CASP over the past 2 years. Math is in blue and orange, and ELA is in gray and yellow. Overall, both math and ELA have increased, with each of our subgroups showing growth. Opportunity gaps, however, are very evident, with race, ethnicity, socioeconomic background, and EL status continuing to be predictors of success. I will now hand over to Joe.
Good evening, Board President Hanson, Superintendent Banda, and members of the board. My name is Joseph Steinmust, and I am the Director of College and Career Readiness for the district. The slide you see here outlines district-wide and site-based approaches to accomplish the goal of preparing a greater number of our students to graduate ready for college and prepared to earn an undergraduate degree within 4 years. Our district-wide activities include college entry examination administration, fee waivers for our unduplicated students taking AP and IB exams, support for students taking college courses through dual enrollment, college visits to provide informative and inspiring experiences for our students, access to resources such as the California College Guidance Initiative System to assist students in being college and career ready, and the Khan Academy to help them do better in school and on college entry exams. Senior year bridge courses include expository reading and writing and senior level math, which are designed to prepare our graduates to enter college without the need for remediation. Please note that the CCGI, Khan Academy, and our bridge courses are provided at no cost to this grant. Site-based options include technology to support online access to college resources, professional learning for staff to support students in successfully completing A to G courses, additional college visits, and stipends for out-of-school credit recovery or tutoring programs to help struggling students stay on track for graduation. Dependent charter schools have discretion over the use of their funding, so their plans may look a little different, but still address the needs of unduplicated students. George Washington Carver's priorities are giving students more access to a college advisor, having more college visit opportunities, and preparing their students for the SAT. The Met plans to implement after-school mentoring and summer school classes to support students struggling with math or who are behind in credits. more computers to bring them closer to a 1-to-1 ratio, and a college coordinator to work with ninth graders and to organize informative college nights and plans for multiple college visits for all 11th graders. New Tech plans to use these funds to expand the reach of their College Pathways consultant, providing additional college workshops, college visits, and one-to-one support to help students and families with the college application process. They also plan to employ technology resources to measure the academic progress of all of their students. For measures of effectiveness, we looked at, I guess they look different onto the two screens. For measures of effectiveness, we looked at college-ready indicators from multiple sources as well as those in our LCAP. Our ability to effectively track these indicators was also a consideration in their selection. Students indicate that they are college-ready when they pass all core classes with a C or better in their ninth grade year. They take the SAT, they go on college visits, they enroll in and pass AP or IB courses or take college classes while in high school. They complete A to G courses, they fill out and submit the FAFSA, and when they take and pass senior year bridge courses. These activities are all things we can easily measure and are excellent indicators of college readiness. There we go. Our next step will be to develop more detailed plans for project management and implementation. We will use our measures of effectiveness to inform any need for future revision of the plan, and we will provide annual progress reports to this body. Thank you. This concludes our presentation, and now I'd like to invite Dr. Taylor and Mr. Turkey to join me so that we may answer any questions you might have.
Well, thank you. Do we have any public comment? On this is
Yes,
item
we do
11,
have public comment.
11.7.
We have Liz Guillen and Darlene Anderson.
Good night. I'm Liz Guillen with Public Advocates. I believe in following through, which is why I'm staying so late and taking your time with this. I'm speaking on behalf tonight. I'm following through on behalf of the parents and community organizations from both LCAP, PACS, the English Learner PAC, Sacramento ACT. I believe there were folks from HIP as well at the first hearing. The plan is pretty much the same. If anything, what I saw was a pullback on the plans for SAT, what do you call it, the AP potential. And it seems like there was a pullback for the middle school grades. And I imagine it's because of the funding. And also the costs were moved around a little bit between the AP tests and the college testing bundle, as well as some of the site-based options. I think it would be interesting to know why. I think the most important part, though, is the next steps. As Dr. Taylor mentioned in the first hearing, the implementation plan is what will help community to understand how this is going to work. And so I think that the presentations to LCAP committees, the DLAC committees, and I'd be very interested to see how this is rolled out to school sites. The good thing about this is that this is a discrete amount of money, but it is one time, and it's not clear it's going to happen again, but nothing would surprise me. So I recommend that there be some outreach, particularly to the LCAP committees and to the school site councils at the district level. Thank you.
Latest I've stayed in a long time. Let's see. I was curious. The Met and New Technology, they're like independent school sites. They're like independent study school sites. It's different. They're different than the regular schools. and said the grade C or better in the ninth grade. I want to know how many kids in this district actually reaches the ninth grade at grade level, or even in the eighth grade at grade level. Less known, the sixth grade at grade level. I'm working with a family and other students who are in the eighth grade, in the seventh grade, and they're in third and fourth grade level. A fourth grader who is doing first grade reading. And there is no pathway out of that nightmare. And so, to say that we're going to have college readiness, well, that starts in kindergarten and it moves on up. But surely by the sixth grade, you have to be at grade level. And so we should be knowing exactly how many students this is going to affect. And quite frankly, I believe that the school site should compete for the money. I mean, and the site should do the work and should be willing to do the work if they want the additional money that the district is bringing in so they can prepare themselves to do the work. Other than that, I don't see it happening. To sit around the table and say, this is what we're going to do. Well, I've looked at lots of single plans for student achievement, and these are the same things in there. There's nothing different. Going on a trip to Sac State, four-year institution, let's catch the public transportation and go. It's not going to cost $175,000 or whatever it was in there. Certain things just happen. You could bring college counselors to the site and organize and do the work to engage all students to become college ready or to have a desire. But, to just limit and kind of like gift an opportunity for a few students, which this district does very well, is unfortunate, but it continues to happen. I just don't see this plan that's been proposed by the district working. I think it should be at site level, and I think that the site should be willing to do the work. Thank you. And good night, ladies.
Thank you. Thank you, and good night. Member Ryan.
I just want to say to Ms. Anderson as she walks out of the room, so this was a budget trailer bill. So this is a $200 million college readiness block grant that has parameters and an allocation formula. So this is largely out of control in terms of, having a competitive grant process versus an allocation formula. There are also a set of prescribed parameters and activities for spending the monies. That being said, I very much agree with Ms. Guillen's comments that having meaningful engagement with our LCAP, our DLAC, and others matters in ensuring the success of implementation of this. And I do want to say, it's interesting when we talk about the phenomenal resources we have at our fingertips. Jay Hansen, President Hansen, appointed Laura Metoon to our LCAP Parent Advisory Committee. Just so happens that Laura Metoon was Assembly Chief Consultant for Higher Education and helped largely negotiate this $200 million college readiness block grant on the Assembly side. So I say that because she actually came to me and said, Jesse, as an LCAP PAC member, I want to know that we have input on this. And we haven't had that yet. And I know we're early in the process, but I was part of being the architect of developing these monies with the goal that we would increase the number of AP course offerings for our neediest students, thus preparing them better for four-year college, right? The hope of leveling the playing field, recognizing that the vast majority of our kids in high poverty, diverse districts go to community colleges, and these monies were attended to in tandem with the UC pieces of this budget trailer bill, increase the number of students who end up four-year college ready. So that being said, Ms. Taylor, I greatly appreciate your efforts. I know how much you're putting into this, and I want to ensure that we utilize these monies well, particularly given their one-time funds. And without meaningful engagement from our stakeholder groups, LCAP, PAC, and DLAC included, I don't think that happens. And so I very much hope moving forward that will be core to everything in this work.
Member Pritchett. Yes, Member Pritchett.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear you. I just have a couple questions. At the last board meeting, we had given you the direction to work with SCTA. Did that happen?
So we actually have a meeting with them scheduled for next week. So it didn't happen between now and then, but we have a meeting scheduled with them to have this on the agenda.
Okay, and since that meeting hasn't happened, is there room, if we pass this tonight, there's room to, this is amendable, we can amend it at
Yeah.
a later date, and
So it is. What we have to submit to the state essentially is a 100-word statement on how we will measure the impact. The state isn't asking for the actual plan, but we need to say how we will measure the impact. And so we'll have time to, again, flesh this out in more detail with implementation plans, sites talking to their school site councils about how is it that they're, the site-based allocation, us going back to LCAP committee, like there's time for additional engagement around it. Absolutely.
once that meeting happens with the SCTA, can you make sure that a board communication goes out to advise us what the outcome was?
Yeah.
Great, thank you, I appreciate it.
Woo.
President, move conference to action.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? All right, it is now in action. Do I have a motion to move to action?
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor? Opposed? Abstained? Very well. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Let me quickly go through committee recommendations. The Facilities Committee, which is a standing committee, will be chaired by Christina Pritchett and members Jesse Ryan and Michael Minnick. The Budget Committee, I am asking that that be made into a standing committee. It's been an ad hoc committee. It will turn into a standing committee with Chair Darrell Wu and members Mai Vang and Jay Hansen. The Budget Committee that you agreed to be a chair of. Thank you very much.
It's late, just give it all to Daryl.
Mai and myself, Mai and Jay. When I'm making the recommendation that we combine both the governance and the policy committee into one committee, and that we also make that a standing committee chaired by Jesse Ryan with members Christina Pritchett and Michael Minnick. I am asking that we create a new academic committee. It will be an ad hoc committee. I will be on that committee, and I'm looking for two other folks who would be interested. Please let me know if you're interested after the meeting. No. We'll just be a member. Yes? Do you want me to, let me go through these and then Superintendent Evaluation Committee, the three members, Christina Pritchett, Mai Vang, and Ellen Cochran. Our Student Board Liaison will be Michael Minnick. Our GATE Liaison will be Ellen Cochran. I would like to ask if there would be someone who'd be interested in being a liaison to the LCAP committee. I think it would be important, and maybe it might not need to be one person. Maybe all of us should attend an LCAP meeting at some point, but it might be wise just to have a school board member as an LCAP liaison, so that can be something else. I can just talk to all of you individually to get feedback. So those are my committee recommendations. We can talk about it offline unless there's anything we need to talk about.
Don't forget DLAC. DLAC is on the move, and I'd like to be the representative.
We don't have someone now. Is someone interested in being the DLAC liaison?
I would be.
We'd like to do it. Yes.
And I'm interested in the academic committee too.
Okay.
Thank
Excellent.
you.
Well, I would be happy to have you serve as our DLAC representative and to be one of the other members joining me on the academic committee, the ad hoc. Member Ryan. Delete or cancel. Okay. No other comments. We can go to 12.0. We're receiving that information. Received. 13.0, future board meetings, January 19th. We will see everyone then. Do I have a motion for an adjournment? We're adjourning into closed session upstairs. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
And a second. All right, all in favor? Abstain? All right, the one aye has it. I think all of us said aye. Aye, okay, yes, that was unanimous. Thank you very much.